Africa. Amen. Honourable members, due to the nature of business today, we have to vary the order of business as captured on the order paper. And so I want to call on you to let us start with order paper addendum. Order paper addendum.
Thank you.
So we move straight to at the commencement of public business. Sorry? Yes, please.
With respect, we don't have the order paper addendum. So I would like to draw your attention to that. We haven't seen it.
Honourable members, please, we are still in transition, so sometimes it can be an oversight, but it's there in the soft copies are there with you. It's just that we are used to hard copies, so sometimes we don't look at the system. So it's available, order paper addendum. We have one, but it's not numbered one. It's just order paper addendum. Then there's order paper addendum 2. So we'll start with the order paper addendum. Yes, please, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so we'll take item 1 on the order paper addendum.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
So in the order of our business, it is preferable for us to start with item 3 before we come to presentation and first reading of bills and presentation of instruments. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I whispered something in your ear that we would like our Chief Whip to make a statement before we take that agenda. Thank you.
Yes, you are right. You whispered to me that you have a short statement you want to make to draw our attention to something. So please, may I listen to the Minority Chief Whip?
Speaker, I'm grateful for your kind indulgence. Speaker, I say there's a lot of pain, a lot of pains. Speaker, as we all do know, our fourth Republican Constitution is the most sustained constitution in our body politics and history as a country. Speaker, increasingly, electoral violence is increasingly... Wait, I want them to be quiet before. Electoral violence, Mr. Speaker, is increasingly rearing its ugly head in our fledgling democracy. Mr. Speaker, the recently rerun 19 polling stations Acts Ablekumanov is truly revealing.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, just a minute. Honorable members, the Minority Chief Whip is raising a very serious matter: election violence. I think it's a matter that we should take note of and devote a day to dilate on it, and at the end of the day take a position, because we need everybody to be on board. It takes away a lot of the shine of our democracy in this country. And so what he's talking about is serious matter. It's not something for us to just gloss over. But I want to plead with him, because I didn't know the statement was on this subject matter. Because I myself have noted it, and my intention is for us to devote a day and enough time to take this matter through. It worries all of us, particularly you, the players, must be more worried than any other person, because the violence will be meted up to no other persons apart from you, the players. So it's something that we should take some time, and I want to urge the Minority Chief Whip to let us stop today, because we don't have time to do that. And our nation, in spite of what we're talking about today, are focused on hearing what the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much. What the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much.
Speaker, with respect, I will not on any day defy your authority. Speaker, we have a lineup, a number of activities to back home our demands. And to the extent that these violence visited are not atoned, we cannot be part of the presentation of the media budget. And to that extent, Speaker, to that extent, we are exiting the parliament and cannot be part of this process.
FM. Asempa Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Obinye, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu awo mene sempa, debrane mamba. Obi, som. Oribo. Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie. Oribo. Ekosiisen, wo Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen. Asempa FM. Obi nebado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Audit, Asempa nabo.
This side of the House definitely agrees that electoral violence is not something that any of us should countenance. We do agree that as a country we should be committed. We do agree that as a country we should be committed to ostracizing any form of electoral violence. We agree with them. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress on behalf of this side of the House. And the issue of electoral violence was discussed. And I attended a meeting of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, and there was a clear commitment by the National Executive Committee to take steps to deal decisively with the issue.
Honorable Majority Leader, once I did not permit the statement to be made, I don't think it's proper for you to make comments on it. So what you've done is sufficient. Let's move on to business and do what is proper for today.
Yeah.
As I said, we have another day to discuss this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Just one last
No,
sentence.
but it will not be fair that after I've stopped you,
Yes.
I allow you to make comments on it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't stop them from walking out.
No.
We couldn't stop them from walking out.
Well,
and the whole nation has seen them walk
whether
out.
it's fortunate or unfortunate, that's a different thing altogether. Let's go on with today's business.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Except that I will land.
There is no except. There is no except.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we will take item number 3 on the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, before we do that, let me just acknowledge the presence of our August visitors from a number of our schools and other institutions. We have over 32 students from the Boma Senior High School, led by the headmaster of the school in the person of George Ampofo. The school is located. They are up there to my right side at the public gallery. Please, you are welcome. And what just happened is what we call a walkout. It's part of the practice of democracies all over the world. When sometimes you disagree strongly with an issue, you walk out. After they finish with that item, you walk in and continue. When you boycott, you just don't attend at all. Then that one will be a boycott. But this one, they were present and they did a walkout. It doesn't prevent business from going on. Once you have the quorum to transact business, you have to go on. If you have the numbers to take a decision, you proceed with that. Okay. So please, you are warmly welcome. And even though you have been welcomed with your MP welcomed you, so please, you may resume your seat. It's an experience. I'm sure you never forget of it. Yes, we have 41 students also from Sewa Kese Girls Senior High School, also from Tano North. They are led by the head mistress of the school, in the person of Margaret Anane Ajay. They are also to my right, and one common thing about them, they are beautifully attired. Both institutions, they are well dressed. I hope you get time, even though he walked out, to take a picture with him. Please, you are welcome. You may resume your seats. We have students from the University Practice Senior High School, led by the teacher, Mr. Andrews Amo Smith. The school is located at the Cape Coast North Constituency, and there are 36 of them are here. You are warmly welcome. Kindly resume your seat. You are lucky your MP didn't walk out. We have also from the Jamase Pentecost Child Development Center. There are 55 in number, and they are led by the director of the center in the person of
what this will entail. And so pretty shortly we'll get some more understanding of what exactly the minority's position on this will be. The bus is just about to move, so we will be in this vehicle for now, and then we'll get to speak to more and more people as to what exactly their actions are going to be on this. The minority say they cannot be part of the budget, the media budget review presentation, because ultimately they have real concerns about electoral violence and they do not understand what exactly is going to go on. So you see the first bus with members of parliament moving. I said, you can, we are live. I said, their way to the diplomatic community first. We do not understand if they have a prior agreement as to what exactly they are going to do in that. And so you see Land Cruisers moving, and then we are in tow to get an understanding. This was coming because prior to today, and in fact on Monday specifically, the minority had specifically written to the presidency asking for the confirmation for them to be able to present a petition to them. And yesterday I did get some indication on that. In fact, I spoke to some very high-ranking persons in the minority leadership who confirmed to me, and so we have been reporting that all morning on Joy News and all afternoon also, that the minority were not going to be part of this proceeding. So what they did first was to also attempt to make a statement. The chief whip, he did in fact start by talking about electoral violence, and the speaker cut him in his tracks, stopped him from going ahead with the proceeding and making any statement on that. The speaker says, while it's a very important matter, they would have to devote a special day to do so, and they are not going to do this now. And they decided then that if they are not going to make the statement, they are going to walk out. And in fact, even if they were allowed to make that statement, we do understand that their plan was to walk out. And so Frank Anodompre leading the side on this. I haven't seen the minority leader around. His books and other things were all made available at his desk, but he hasn't been around. He's currently not in the convoy as we move 2 buses full of members of parliament and a number of Land Cruisers in tow, making their way first to the diplomatic community, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, and that is their first stop before they will meet the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEO, and then ultimately they will also have a meeting and then finally go to the presidency. What is not clear is if the president will receive them and receive a petition, but Habib Idrisu told me in an interview just a while ago that they have confirmation from the presidency that the chief of staff himself, Julius Deborah, will be out to receive their petition when they are ready. we will get to see if that is going to happen. And so what you see on the screen now is a convoy, a procession of land cruisers and buses moving from Parliament. The minority boycotting proceedings in the House. They boycotted the media budget statement that Dr. Kassil Atoforsen is going to present. You see how screen the Speaker of Parliament proceeding anyway with proceedings. Any moment from now, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassil Atoforsen, will be at the podium, the dispatch box, to deliver the media budget statement. It's a statement. It's not coming by a motion. We've seen the other paper, and so it's not going to be a motion. It will be commented on after that, but the minority are not going to be part of this. They are talking about the electoral violence that have plagued certain parts of certain elections, particularly the Ablekuma North by-election. Well, it's not really a by-election. It's a rerun that just concluded about 2 weeks ago. The Member of Parliament has taken her seat in the person of Irabna Obin. She's taken a seat. She was sworn in 2 days ago. You will recall that on that day also the minority walked out of proceedings because they said that there were certain things that had happened at the by-election, for which reason they wanted to make an urgent statement on the matter. The Speaker, again on that matter, blocked them and they walked out of that proceedings as well. And so they are making their way right from Parliament to the diplomatic corps. They have an arrangement with the Dean of the diplomatic corps to receive them, speak to them, and receive a petition also from them. They say that there is growing violence with regards to election in the country, which is something that they do not think is the best going into such a very crucial part of Ghana's democracy. They say the NDC are weaponizing Ghana's democracy because they want to achieve certain political ends. And so you see us, we've just gone past the British High Commission, and the expectation will be that at least representation from the British High Commission will be in this meeting where the diplomatic corps, the Dean, and its members are going to receive the minority caucus. All of them, in fact, every single one of them who was present in Parliament today.
Honorable Speaker, I'm back to the House today with deep sense of duty and optimism to present the media fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, this presentation is in line with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the entire media policy, fiscal policy review to be captured in the Hansard while I present the highlights. Mr. Speaker, before I count of what we inherited and the positive results of our stewardship in the last 198 days. Mr. Speaker, following his re-election with an overwhelming mandate, President John Mahama inherited an economy in deep distress, far worse than what we had imagined. The economy was marked by large imbalance with huge MDA arrests, massive debt, weakened institutions, and heightened public anxiety. Since 2023, the debt in the cocoa and energy sector had in particular posed significant fiscal risk to the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian private sector and the business community looked was broken, and the foundation of our economy had sunk even deeper. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit had ballooned because of reckless commitment and wasteful spending. The indebtedness of the government had culminated into state insolvency. The impaired balance sheet paralyzed almost every single state enterprise. High cost of living and inflation impoverished large segments of the population, eroding the real value of their income and savings. Right Honorable Speaker, the mismanagement of our public finances by the previous administration led to a devastating haircut through the DDEP, which denied pensioners and middle class their lifetime savings, their livelihood, and in fact, their dignity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond holders also suffered painful haircuts severely affecting Ghanaian businesses and financial institutions. Soaring interest rates crowded out essential spending on education, health, and infrastructure. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against all major currencies to levels never seen before, making it the worst performing currency in the world. Public sector corruption reached an all-time peak. As President Mahama said, the whole of Ghana was indeed a crime scene. Mr. Speaker, investor confidence waned considerably, significantly reducing investment inflows. The public debt reached unsustainable levels. The unemployment situation worsened, which made it difficult for Ghanaians to find decent jobs. Many micro, small, and medium enterprises collapsed under the weight of economic mismanagement. Right, Honorable Speaker? To compound all this, the country suffered credit rating downgrades by all three major credit rating agencies, placing Ghana firmly in default or junk territory, never seen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to further illustrate the enormity of this economic burden, we inherited an IMF program which had derailed and completely gone off track, with key targets missed, putting our economic recovery program in jeopardy. In the words of the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Mr. Boli, the program had deviated substantially from its target by close of 2024, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited weak commitment control systems and irresponsible spending, which left arrears of over 67 billion and contract commitment of about 194 billion Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, we inherited a bleeding energy sector with annual financing shortfall in excess of $1.5 billion. We inherited a debt-riddled cocoa sector with liabilities of 32 billion Ghana cedis, a weak financial sector with significant non-performing loans despite pumping over 30 billion Ghana cedis into the so-called financial sector cleanup. Right, Honorable Speaker, steep debt repayment harms were also inherited, where at the time, Mr. Speaker, we inherited repayment harms of 20 billion for the year 2026, 50.3 billion for the year 2027, and 45.8 billion for the year 2028. As well as significant short-term treasury bills maturities of about 137 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we inherited depleted buffers needed to cushion the country from any fiscal or external shocks with empty sinking fund. And Mr. Speaker, we inherited stored projects, about 55 of them tied to bilateral debt restructuring, with about $3 billion in undisbursed loans. Mr. Speaker, the root of our 2022 economic crisis can be traced directly to an overbearing fiscal dominance, marked by reckless spending and corruption, compounded by poor leadership of the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high, driving inflation to levels never seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, there was a complete lack of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, signaling the highest level of incompetence in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this dire inheritance bequeathed by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, the government of President John Dramani Mahama made a conscious decision not to make excuses, but to reset our country. We chose the path of structural reforms and transformation. We set out to reset our economy, restore good governance, and policy credibility. We renewed our social contract with the Ghanaian people and redefined national priorities by being deliberate in both our policy choices and approach to economic management. At the very onset, we organized the National Economic Dialogue and the National Education Forum. Mr. Speaker, we held direct engagement with key groups and stakeholders, including market women, trade unions, youth organizations, and traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that clear policy measures were outlined in the 2025 budget presented to this House in March this year. In our new economic model, Mr. Speaker, we tightened fiscal discipline without compromising social spending. Right Honorable Speaker, the recent IMF Executive Board affirmed this new economic management model, noting that faced with large policy slippage and reform delays at end 2024, the new NDC administration had taken bold corrective actions to maintain the program on track. Right Honorable Speaker, the IMF further noted that these corrective actions, combined with continuous structural reforms and an improved external sector, are expected to result in economic stability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we streamlined and increased investment in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, as well as employment. In fulfillment of our major manifesto pledge, we established the Ghana Gold Board through Act 1140 to accumulate foreign exchange to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. We have restored coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to ensure a cohesive and integrated approach to economic policy making across relevant institutions. Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 days, we have brought back clarity, certainty, stability, and purpose to our economic policy direction. Right Honorable Speaker, we have made significant progress. The signs of recovery are obvious, evident, noticeable, visible, tangible, and they are being felt. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal position has significantly improved. The primary balance on commitment basis posted a surplus of 11.1% of GDP at the end of June 2025, beating the ambitious 0.4% surplus target for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was 0.7% of GDP, outperforming the target of 1.8% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, inflation has reduced significantly from 23.8% at the end of December 2024 to 13.7% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is the lowest since December 2021 and marks 6 months of continuous decline. Interest rates are declining with a drastic drop in Treasury bill rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025, a decline of another 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day T-bill rate has also reduced from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025, marking a decline of over 1,400 basis points. Gross international reserves has significantly improved, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana accumulated $11.12 billion, covering 4.8 months of import at the end of June 2025. And this compares to $8.98 billion, covering a 4 month of import as at end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in recent months. At the end of June 2025, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant reversal compared to the same period in 2024 when the cedi depreciated by 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% respectively. Mr. Speaker, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that it is the first time that this level of appreciation has been recorded in the 60 years history of the Ghana cedi. Rating agencies, which which once classified our sovereign creditworthiness as junk, are beginning to upgrade our ratings. Fitch Ratings upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B- with a stable outlook from restricted default on the 17th of June 2025. The IMF program is back on track with the successful conclusion of the fourth review by the IMF Executive Board on the 7th of July 2025, which immediately triggered the disbursement of $367 million United States dollars. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond the numbers, this is a story of sound leadership, better economic management, and a restoration of hope to a nation once in despair. Let me, on behalf of the President John Mahama, sincerely thank the people of Ghana for their trust, patience, and continued support. We do not take your sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, this government did not come to simply manage the decline. We came to reverse it and reset our country. The gains of these first 6 months are just the beginning. Mr. Speaker, these early successes only encourages us to stay the focus, stay disciplined, and continue to do more for the people of Ghana. There is still a long road ahead, but our steps are now steadier. Our direction clearer, and the national spirit has been lifted with the gradual restoration of hope in our democracy. We have moved from promises to purpose, from ineptitude to action, and from distress to relief. Mr. Speaker, we have established policy credibility and restored credit worthiness. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rest of my presentation will focus on 4 areas: macroeconomic performance for the first 6 months of 2025, the status of Ghana's debt restructuring, and the status of implementation of key government programs. Before I conclude, macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, for January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, the first half of 2025 has demonstrated our government commitment to economic recovery. Through prudent fiscal management, sound monetary policies, effective structural reforms, and strategic investment, we are laying a solid foundation for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. To put the assessment of the economy in the first half of 2025 in a proper perspective, it will be useful to restate the ambitious yet attainable macroeconomic target we set for ourselves for the year 2025. The Speaker, we set for ourselves an overall real GDP growth of at least 4%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, end-year inflation rate of at least 11.9%, primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import cover. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the real sector. Mr. Speaker, despite global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth. In the first half of 2025, the economy expanded by 5.3%, up from 4.9% in the same period of 2024, marking the highest first quarter growth since 2020. The agriculture sector led this growth with a remarkable 6.6% increase, about 3 times the growth in the first quarter of 2024. The agriculture sector growth contributed 26.4% of the overall first quarter growth. The fishing subsector grew the most at 16.4%. Mr. Speaker, the service sector constituting the largest share of the economy of 46.8% grew by 5.9% and contributed 47.9% to the overall first quarter growth, with information and communication technology leading the growth in the sector at 13.1%. Industry grew by 3.4% in the first quarter of 2025. Contributing 20.6% to the overall first quarter growth. Manufacturing also posted an impressive growth of 6.6%. Right, Honorable Speaker. Non-oil GDP growth, the real sector, also picked up strongly, growing at 6.8% in the first quarter of 2025, compared to the growth rate of 4.3% in the same period in 2024. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth is the highest since 2018. It is expected that with the introduction of our 24-hour economic policy, the Big Push program, and the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, the GDP growth will be sustained and possibly exceed the target of 4% for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to prices. Right, Honorable Speaker, we pledge to pursue the following to reduce inflation. We pledge to implement aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal policy, fiscal deficit, and borrowing. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to stabilize the exchange rate to reduce inflation on items that rely on the exchange rate for pricing, such as fuel, transportation, imported sugar, rice, and cooking oil. We pledge to implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utilities, to reduce their prices. We also pledge to implement, through the Bank of Ghana to implement an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to implement Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda to reduce food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to know that these intentional policies announced in the 2025 budget to tame inflation are yielding massive results. Inflation pressures have eased significantly. The drastic fall in inflation is not by chance or sheer luck, but as a result of hard work and deliberate government policies. Mr. Speaker, consumer price inflation has reduced from 23.8% in December 2024 to 13.7% in June 2025. This represents a massive 10.1 percentage point decline. Similarly, producer price inflation saw a sharp decline from 26.1% in December 2024 to 5.9% in June 2025, representing a steep decline of 20.2 percentage points in just 6 months. So, Speaker, food inflation declined from 27.8% in December 2024 to 16.3% in June 2025, representing an encouraging 11.5 percentage point reduction. Non-food inflation also declined from 20.3% in December 2024 to 11.4% in June 2025, representing 8.9 percentage point reduction. Inflation for locally produced goods and services declined from 26.4% in December 2024 to 14% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation for imported items decreased from 18% in December 2024 to 12.5% in June 2025. These improvements are reflective of the effective fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, strong central bank reserves, and the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with this trend, we are focused and determined to achieve our end December 2025 inflation target of 11.9% ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and the people of Ghana that things can only get better in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to interest rate movement. Interest rates have declined, reflecting improved macro conditions. Mr. Speaker, the 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced by 13 percentage points from 27.7% in December 2024 to 14.7% in June 2025. Similar trends were observed in the 182 days and the 364 days bills. The 182-day Treasury bill rate decreased by 13.1 percentage points from 28.43 in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025. The 364 Treasury bill rate also declined by 14.19 percentage points from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025. The average lending rate decreased from 30.3% in December 2024 to 27% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana reference rate fell from 29.31% in December 2024 to 24.0% in June 2025. So, Speaker, things can only get better. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have indeed saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis on domestic interest payment as at end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal discipline has yielded the needed and remarkable results so far. We have delivered below target deficit on both cash and commitment basis. We have delivered a greater than anticipated primary surplus, the core fiscal anchor. We have delivered a strong expenditure and commitment control. We have delivered robust tax revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, provisional data shows that the primary balance on commitment basis, the fiscal anchor, as at end June 2025, recorded a surplus of 1.1% of GDP, surpassing the target surplus of 0.4% of GDP set for the same period. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, better than the deficit target of 1.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall balance recorded a deficit of 1.1% of GDP. This is significantly better than the projected deficit target of 2.4% of GDP. The primary balance on cash basis turned surplus at 0.7% of GDP against a projected deficit of 0.2% of GDP. The non-oil tax revenue, net, exceeded target by about 787 million Ghana cedis. Corporate income tax exceeded target by 555.3 million, representing 2.9% above target. Mineral royalties exceeded its target by 143 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, import duties fell short of target by 1.6 billion. Expenditures were contained at 109.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 7.8% of GDP. This was 14.3% below the program amount of 128 billion, or 9.1% of GDP, reflecting strong expenditure control. Mr. Speaker, primary expenditure on non-interest expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 84.3 billion, or 6.0% of GDP. This is an improvement of about 13.3 billion over the target of 97.5 billion, which is 7% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, interest payment amounted to 25.4 billion, which is 1.8% of GDP. This is below the target of 30.5 billion, which is 2.2% of GDP, and this was mainly due to lower domestic interest payment. Domestic interest payment amounted to 21.6 billion against a target of 26.5 billion, representing a reduction of 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of lower than planned domestic borrowing and a decline in the T-bill rates. Mr. Speaker, external interest payment amounted to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis against a target of 4 billion, due mainly to the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Other expenditure, mainly comprising energy sector levies, transfers and energy sector payment shortfalls, amounted to 11.4 billion Ghana cedis, or 8% of GDP. This was 12.7% below the target of 13.1 or 0.9% of GDP for the same period. Right, Honorable Speaker, arrest clearance amounted to 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. It is important to know that there was no build-up in arrest payable during the period under review, signaling strong commitment control and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, we are very different from our friends that decided to flee from this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the deficit was largely financed from domestic sources, with net domestic financing of 13.1 billion, well below the 18.7 billion target. The net foreign financing was 2.8 billion, mostly from the utilization of the 4.5 billion IMF disbursement. So, Speaker, between 1st of January to 6th of January, the IMF disbursement of 4.5 billion was spent before the Mahama administration took office, just in 6 days. Mr. Speaker, project loan disbursement was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even though Ghana is relying on the domestic market for financing, we have borrowed less than we planned, signifying strong expenditure control and fiscal discipline. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a strong signal to the investor community and all stakeholders that the needed fiscal consolidation is happening here in Ghana, and it will be sustained. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana is back on the international scene. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate development. Right, Honorable Speaker, government commitment to implement the following measures, to implement the following measures to stabilize the exchange rate. The Speaker, we committed to establish the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation and accumulation of foreign exchange to support the stability of our currency. Mr. Speaker, we committed to pursue strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit to reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana also committed to implement appropriate FX forward auction to support the stability of the cedi. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we committed that the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program will boost local production and reduce reliance on export. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me state emphatically that these deliberate policies announced in the 2025 budget to stabilize the Ghana cedi are yielding massive results. The results we are witnessing are not by chance. They are the fruits of hard work, discipline, and intentional policies. Mr. Speaker, the cedi performance in the first half of the year 2025 has been impressive. The Ghana cedi experienced significant appreciation against all major trading currencies in the first 6 months of 2025. I'm happy to inform the House that our previous record, where the Ghana cedi used to trade against the US dollar at 17, is as at yesterday trading at 10.4. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana cedi, which was once trading at 21 cedis to the British pound, was trading at 14.1 as at yesterday, 23rd July 2025. Mr. Speaker, as at end June 2025, the cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant improvement over the cedi depreciation of 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% against the US dollar, British pound, and the euro. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciation in 2022, 2023, and 2024. This level of appreciation has never happened in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, fellow citizens, Ghana cedi no apeke. Cedi no apeke. Mr. Speaker, these gains are largely due to strong fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, improved external sector balance, renewed investor confidence, positive market sentiment, credit rating upgrades, and successfully securing staff level agreement and subsequently the board level approval of the fourth review of the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, the cedi rebound signals that Ghana's economic foundations are once again beginning to firm up. Sustaining this stability will require continued fiscal discipline, supportive monetary policy, strong liquidity sterilization, robust reserve accumulation, supported by activities of the Ghana Gold Board, and credible implementation of structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the external sector. Right Honorable Speaker, our external sector has shown remarkable improvement in the last 6 months. Gross international reserves reached $11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.8 months of imports, up from $8.98 billion in December 2024, equivalent to 4%, 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, even before the IMF and World Bank disbursement, in fact, without external borrowing, we have added $2.14 billion to the country's gross international reserves. Right, Honorable Speaker, trade surplus increased from $1.37 billion in June 2024 to $5.57 billion in June 2024, representing a whopping 306.6% increase just in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this was driven by strong exports, particularly in gold, cocoa, and controlled imports. Mr. Speaker, the current account surplus improved significantly to a provisional $3.44 billion by June 2025 from $28.11 billion in June 2024. Provisional net capital and financial inflows reached $937.58 million in June 2025, indicating renewed investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and the financial sector development. Right, Honorable Speaker, monetary indicators point to a sustained monetary expansion. Credit to the private sector increased by about 31.3% in June 2025. Reserve money growth moderated and M2 growth remained consistent, supported by increased deposit mobilization and improved net foreign asset. Net domestic asset growth slowed, while net foreign asset surged, indicating a shift in liquidity drivers towards external inflows. Right, Honorable Speaker, I take you to the recapitalization of the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I updated this House during the 2025 budget presentation on the restructuring and recapitalization of the National Investment Bank, our NIB, as one of the critical reforms in the financial sector that should have been delivered in 2024. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after spending a whopping $30.3 billion in the so-called financial sector cleanup exercise, the previous NPP administration left NIB in dire straits with a capital adequacy ratio of a negative 53.13% by end of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully, Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama and the NDC have successfully recapitalized the National Investment Bank by implementing an ambitious and credible plan to return NIB to profitability and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the following steps. Right Honorable Speaker, we have injected a total cash of 450 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also issued remarkable bonds with face value of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, we transferred 500 million Government of Ghana shares in the Nestle Ghana Limited to the National Investment Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, these transfers have significantly improved the capital adequacy ratio from negative 53.13% at the end of December 2024 to a positive 23% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, by taking these major steps, we have preserved depositors' fund valued at 6.4 billion Ghana cedis. We have also saved over 900 direct jobs at the National Investment Banks. Mr. Speaker, we have preserved an indigenous Ghanaian bank. But Mr. Speaker, let me say this. Unlike the previous administration, we chose to spend to save a bank than spend to collapse a bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also prepared a forward-looking, overarching restructuring plan for the National Investment Bank to put the bank on a sustainable path of profitability. The plan also aims to enhance board independence and objectivity strengthen risk management, promote accountability and transparency, prevent insider dominance, and improve strategic decision-making. Mr. Speaker, this plan will, among others, strengthen corporate governance framework and systems, improve enterprise risk management and controls, establish a modern business model, revamp operational strategy, improve financial performance, institute and enhance supervisory measures, and eventually we will list the NIB on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, NIB now has a total paid up capital of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis and a capital adequacy ratio of 23%. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana and depositors that our indigenous bank, the National Investment Bank, is now prime for business. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, NIB is back. NIB is now liquid. NIB is now safe. NIB is fully capitalized. Mr. Speaker, we therefore encourage all and sundry to do business with the revitalized National Investment Bank, NIB. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to credit ratings. Credit ratings. Mr. Speaker, the progress we are making in our economic reforms and debt restructuring efforts has been recognized internationally. On the 16th of June 2025, Fitch Rating upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B-, with the stable outlook from restricted default, the first time since 2021. Fitch cited significant exchange rate appreciation, declining debt levels, strong nominal GDP growth, increased reserve accumulation, and normalized relationship with external creditors as key drivers. Right Honorable Speaker, to sustain these gains, we will, among others, do the following. We'll maintain fiscal discipline through continued implementation of prudent policies to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. We will continue the aggressive revenue mobilization by strengthening tax collection systems and broadening the tax base to increase domestic revenue without overburdening the citizens. Mr. Speaker, we will accelerate structural reforms in public financial management, including transparency and accountability measures to improve efficiency and reduce corruption. Mr. Speaker, we will strengthen monetary policy framework, and the central bank will lead this to complement the effort that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we will diversify the economy through investment in sectors beyond traditional export to reduce the vulnerability to commodity price shocks and continue to maintain strong relationship with our international financial institutions and development partners to support ongoing reforms and assess technical assistance. Mr. Speaker, it's expected that other rating agencies, namely S&P and Moody's, will follow suit, given the remarkable progress we are making in ensuring economic stability and promoting inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, this is just the beginning. We are determined to do better than B-. Ghana indeed deserves better than B-. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to fiscal policies and give you an update. Mr. Speaker, I start with VAT reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, we reaffirmed our commitment to the people of Ghana and the business community to undertake comprehensive value-added tax reforms this year. These reforms are aimed at addressing the distortions and cascading effect inherent in the current VAT structure. To support this effort, we also committed to seeking technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and engage the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have successfully completed our engagement with the IMF. Currently, the Ghana Revenue Authority, together with the Ministry of Finance, is undertaking a nationwide consultation process to sensitize key players in the trade and business sector on the VAT reform and solicit feedback from them. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance hopes to complete this process by September 2025. prepare a new VAT bill by October 2025 and submit same to Parliament as part of the 2026 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the people of Ghana that at the minimum, the following will happen as part of the VAT Act. Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, COVID levy will be abolished. The effective VAT rate will be reduced. The punitive cascading effect of the GET Fund and NHIS levy will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed. And a unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education, awareness creation, and the introduction of fiscal electronic devices will be deployed. So, Speaker, I now take you to expenditure measures as part of the fiscal. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the fiscal consolidation strategy, we have taken measures to sanitize public sector payroll and rid it of ghost names. Subsequently, we engaged the Ghana Audit Service to undertake a nationwide payroll audit across all 16 regions of the country. The Speaker, the Audit Service has completed 91% of the payroll audit. So far, the Audit Service has not been able to identify or verify over 14,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, again, they have identified 53,311 separated staff on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, separated staffs are staff who are either on retirement, reassigned, terminated, or are on leave without pay or deceased and yet remain on government payroll. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service expects to recover a minimum of 150.4 million of unearned salary from the separated staff over 2023 and 2024 period alone. Right, Honorable Speaker, going forward, we will enforce the monthly payroll validation process and strictly apply sanctions to all who validate ghosts for payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service, that they will be personally liable for the loss of public fund. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor this payroll and put in place measures to prevent ghosts on the payroll going forward. Mr. Speaker, I now give you an update on the Arrears payable audit that we did. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, we announced the launch of an audit of arrears and payables as at end December 2024. The Ghana Audit Service partnered with EY and PwC to undertake this audit. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service was tasked to audit and validate 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. So far, Mr. Speaker, 87% of the audit has been completed. Results show so far are as follows. Mr. Speaker, a total of 28.3 billion Ghana cedis has been validated for payment. Mr. Speaker, 27.3 billion is pending validation as we speak. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been rejected because of errors, duplication, and non-compliance with PFM and procurement rules. The Speaker, of this amount, 562.6 million is without adequate supporting document. So, Speaker, the outcome of this audit will blow your mind. Blow your mind. So, Speaker, the audit is expected to be completed by end of August 2025. Once finalized, we will update the House on the findings and outcomes. So, Speaker, I now take you to update on the IMF program. Update on the IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana remains on track on the implementation of the IMF program. A staff level agreement was reached during the fourth review mission in April 2025, and we received executive board approval on the 7th of July 2025. This unlocked $367 million disbursement, bringing the total disbursement under the DIS program to $2.3 billion. The fifth review, which is scheduled for September 2025, will be based on June 2025 data. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable that Ghana is on course to achieve most of the target for the fifth review. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt development. Public debt development. Right Honorable Speaker, our commitment to fiscal discipline through prudent debt management and exchange rate appreciation has resulted in a significant improvement in Ghana's debt profile. Public debt reduced from 726.7 billion as at end December 2024 to 613 billion as at end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt reduced by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, there is a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's public debt to GDP ratio as at end June 2025 was 43.8% from the 61.8% of end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt as a percentage of GDP reduced by 18% of GDP in the last 6 months. Ghana's foreign debt as a percentage of total public debt declined from 57.4% as at end December 2024 to 49% by end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly improved Ghana's debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on debt restructuring. Update on debt restructuring. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to restructuring our bilateral and commercial debt under the G20 Common Framework. On the 24th of June 2025, the House approved an indicative terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between Ghana and Official Creditors Committee. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I wish to thank this House for swift action which has enabled Ghana to begin negotiation for the signing of bilateral agreement with each of the creditor countries. We are ready to sign the agreement with 2 countries as at tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that 4 agreements will be signed by close of tomorrow. First, we'll sign with France, and the second will sign with another country yet to be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the commercial debt restructuring, we have signed non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, with some commercial lenders, in line with the government's strong commitment to honoring its debt obligation. We have made 2 debt service payments of about $700 million to our Eurobond holders. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, government continues to meet its commitment towards the domestic bondholders. For the first time, for the first half of 2025, a total of 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was paid to coupons to DDEP bondholders, of which 3.6 billion Ghana cedis was capitalized. Right Honorable Speaker, for non-tendered bondholders, government paid a total of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. This was the outstanding debt service as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the second half of 2025, an amount of 10.2 billion Ghana cedis is due as coupon payment on the DDEP bonds and 724.1 million as debt service for the non-tendered bondholders. It is important to know that government remains committed to honoring its debt service obligation, and therefore we have made sufficient preparation towards the settlement of this debt, and bondholders should not worry, this amount will be paid in due course. Mr. Speaker, priority project under the restructured bilateral debt. Following Ghana's default on its external debt service obligation on the 19th December 2022, creditors halted disbursement of 55 bilateral projects. This resulted in several uncompleted projects dotted across the country. with a massive $3 billion US dollars in undisbursed loans. The IMF and Official Creditors Committee annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for official creditors loan implies that it will take 12 good years to fully draw down on the undisbursed loans. Under the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee, the government of Ghana was required to submit a priority list to accommodate the $250 million annual disbursement ceiling. Right, Honorable Speaker. During the presentation of the 2025 budget and economic policy of government, I informed this House that we will engage to resolve this challenge. Following the extensive engagement, government has submitted a priority list of 24 projects to the OCC and the IMF. This is expected to trigger resumption of disbursement for projects on the priority list upon the signing of bilateral agreement between Ghana and the creditor countries. We aim to ensure that all the priority projects are completed and commissioned by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, the priority projects are as follows. We are going to build a new bridge across the Volta River at Volivo. Mr. Speaker, the reconstruction of Tema Aflawo Road project, phase 1. Tema motorway runabout through Ashiaman runabout to Atimpoku. The construction of 14 pedestrian bridges, Kumasi roads and drainage extension. Mr. Speaker, Power Grant interchange and the Secondary Takrady Township Road, phase 1. Rehabilitation of Domi Ketasi Road, Obichebi Lamte interchange, phase 2. Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, PTC runabout interchange project at Takrady. Construction of drinking water facilities in Wenchi. Secondary Takrady water supply. Modernization of Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital. Construction of central medical stores in Tema. Efia Nkwanta Regional Hospital in Takrady. Bogatanga Regional Hospital. Establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bonsu. Establishment of 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center. And, Mr. Speaker, integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The expansion and development of existing senior high schools, renewable energy program, pilot photovoltaic system, Mr. Speaker, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, and the construction of Takrady Market. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Kumasi Central Market, phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the main criterion for the selection of this project was closeness to completion. As a result, projects which were over 70% complete were given priority. The resumption of disbursement for the project and its associated debt service are fully in line with our commitment under the bilateral debt restructuring and IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no room for an increase in scope for any of the projects on the priority list as agreed upon at the IMF and the OCC. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is no room for any increase in scope for work for any of the projects on the priority list agreed upon with the IMF and the Official Creditors Committee. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 stalled projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Again, some contractors have submitted additional costs in excess of what Parliament approved. The Ministry of Finance has accordingly commissioned a forensic audit into this project. Mr. Speaker, we will apprise the House when this audit is completed. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the Auditor General is the one doing this forensic audit in partnership with some of the Big Four. Update on sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, government announced that it will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to 44 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, as amended, to build sufficient buffers in the sinking fund for prompt redemption of specified loans obligations of government. Mr. Speaker, government has set up a CD sinking fund account and US dollar sinking fund account. Beginning August 2025, the Ministry of Finance will commence the building of cash buffers to support the repayment of Ghana's domestic debt service obligation relating to the domestic debt exchange program bonds, which will fall due in the year 2027, 2028, and even 2026. Mr. Speaker, the CD sinking fund will specifically target the redemption and debt service harms in 2026 of 20 billion US dollars, Ghana cedis, for the year 2026, 50.3 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2027, and 45.75 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Similarly, the US dollar sinking fund account will also target Eurobond redemption, which will fall due from 2026 of 1.45 billion US dollars, 1.17 billion US dollars in 2027, and 1.14 billion US dollars in the year 2028. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the sinking fund will provide a reliable buffers that ensures timely and predictable redemption of designated public debt obligation. This structured approach to debt service will enhance investor confidence and contribute to long-term debt sustainability of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Government of Ghana's liability management operations. Mr. Speaker, government has begun an implementation of an effective and efficient liability management program to reduce embedded risk on debt portfolio. Our liability management operation will, 1, reduce debt service costs and mitigate refinancing or rollover risk, extend maturities to alleviate near-term financing pressures, Mr. Speaker, to optimize the debt portfolio by rebalancing the mix of short-term versus long-term instruments and strengthen market confidence. Under our liability management operations, Mr. Speaker, we will analyze the domestic bond market to assess suitability for bonds buybacks. We will carefully sequence issuance of benchmark securities and prioritize longer-dated tenor to establish a stable yield curve. Mr. Speaker, I take you to primary dealers and bond market specialist system as we inherited. Mr. Speaker, our debt management strategy is to use treasury bills for cash management purposes only. We intend to reopen the domestic bond market to finance the budget deficit. The reopening of the domestic bond market will aim at creating a more competitive primary market that can deliver the volume and pricing to enable the government lower its borrowing costs. Mr. Speaker, beginning August 2025, we will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, beginning 2025 August, the government of Ghana will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, the selection of book runners will focus on banks and investment dealers with the ability to achieve a wider market distribution and advice on pricing and structuring. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revise macroeconomic framework. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic target. Economic development in the first half of the year do not warrant a revision to the macroeconomic target and the appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for additional money from the Appropriations Act. We maintain the following macroeconomic target for 2025. 1, overall GDP growth at least 4.0%. At least. Non-oil GDP growth of at least 4.8%. End-year inflation rate of 11.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, although we have made significant progress, we are cautiously optimistic. Right Honourable Speaker, despite maintaining our macroeconomic target for 2025, including the primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, we are revising both revenue and expenditure projections to reflect the impact of the additional revenue from the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2025, Act 1141. Revisions to revenue. Right Honourable Speaker, as a result, total revenue and grant has been revised upwards from the 2025 budget target of 227.1 billion to 229.9 billion, or from 16.2% of GDP to 16.4% of GDP. This represents a nominal increase of 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the additional revenue of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis will come from the increase in revenues from the amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revisions to expenditures. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downwards from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion Ghana cedis. However, primary expenditures has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206.8 billion Ghana cedis. This upward adjustment reflects an increase in the allocation to support energy sector payment. Mr. Speaker, interest payments have been revised downwards by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis from the original budget projection of 64.1 billion to 59.9 billion cedis. Right Honourable Speaker, domestic interest has been revised downwards by 5.1 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of gains from the reduction in the treasury bill rate as a result of the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. However, external interest payments have been revised upwards by 795 million to make additional provision for debt service due on post-cut-off date disbursement made by our bilateral creditors since 2023. Mr. Speaker, energy sector payments have also been revised upwards by 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to provision for fuel purchases for power generation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to overall balance and financing. Right Honourable Speaker, notwithstanding the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the primary balance on commitment basis remains unchanged at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Based on the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the following fiscal balance on cash basis improves from a deficit of 4.1% of GDP to 3.8% of GDP. I mean the fiscal balance. The overall fiscal balance on commitment basis improves from a deficit of 3.1% to 2.8%, and the projected annual borrowing needs of government reduced by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Simple put, we will be borrowing less by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, risk to 2025 budget, risk to the 2025 fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, despite the robust fiscal performance, there are some underlying risks which pose a threat to the 2025 fiscal framework. The risks are as follows: shortfalls in customs revenue, smuggling of marine gas oil, mounting wage pressures, and pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, I'll take them one by one. Customs revenue. Right Honourable Speaker, customs revenue recorded a significant shortfall of 1.6 billion, even though the overall revenue is doing well, representing 12.7% reduction from the first half of 2025. This performance is attributed to systemic revenue leakage at key customs collection points, particularly the Tema port and the smuggling of goods across our land borders. Mr. Speaker, these developments pose risk to the attainment of our revenue target for the year 2025. To mitigate these risks, government is implementing the following measures to address the existing operational challenges to safeguard revenue. 1, we will adopt the use of artificial intelligence, AI, to minimize human interference in revenue assessment, supporting the validation of the country of origin, as well as the accuracy of classification and valuation of imported goods. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out advanced cargo information system to ensure that the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, GPHA, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, receives comprehensive shipment detail at least 24 hours prior to vessel departure from the port of origin. Mr. Speaker, this will enable pre-arrival risk assessment, reduce the need for documentation amendment, and facilitate more accurate and timely duty assessment. We will also be implementing a robust anti-smuggling surveillance program targeting both inland and maritime borders. And to those at Sankase, we are coming after you. Mr. Speaker, reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this. We will be reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility, to facilitate the decentralization of customs operations. Mr. Speaker, operational risk assessment to enhance transparency and accountability of staff will be enhanced. Now I will take you to the smuggling of marine gas oil, MGO. Right Honorable Speaker, tax exemptions on marine gas oil was introduced to support non-artisanal fishing fleet operating from Ghana. Over the years, the tax exemptions have created incentive to abuse and smuggling of MGO onto the open market, resulting in revenue losses estimated at nearly $500 million Ghana cedis every year. The government will withdraw the tax exemption to curb smuggling and stem the erosion of tax revenue, thereby reducing the fiscal risk to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to wages and salary, which happens to be the third risk to the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen some significant pressures on the compensation budget for the first half of 2025, mainly emanating from wages and salaries. Wages and salaries exceeded the target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, the wage pressures were largely driven by last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous MPP administration in the last quarter of 2024, especially in the areas of education, health, and security sector. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The wage pressures we are largely seeing are driven by the last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous government in the last quarter of 2024, especially in areas of education, health, and the security sector. In addition, ad hoc reviews of conditions of service undertaken in previous years have distorted the single spine pay policy and further burdened the public wage. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the following measures to address this challenge. Number 1, we'll conduct regular nationwide staff payroll audit to sanitize the payroll. Mr. Speaker, we'll be realigning all staff from overstaffed areas and defunct MDAs to areas with critical staffing needs. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll finalize the process for the establishment of the Independent Emolument Committee as part of the broader effort to reform and reset public sector pay. And finally, we will issue an executive directive mandating all MDAs to seek approval from the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance before making any commitment with financial implications on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of goods and services and award of contract in foreign currency pose significant risk to fiscal management, with severe implications for the stability of our Ghana city. Unfortunately, foreign currencies are becoming the means of transacting business in Ghana. This trend, if not checked, will erode the confidence in our currency, drive inflation, and result in the loss of value in the symbol of our sovereignty. The Speaker, to curb this unfortunate development, His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of fund, should be denominated in foreign currency. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. To curb this unfortunate development, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of funding, should be denominated in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, we also want to use this opportunity to remind the public that per the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, companies, institutions, and individuals are prohibited from pricing, advertising, receipting, or making payment for goods and services in foreign currencies in Ghana without prior written approval from the Bank of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will take you to key policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I now present updates on key policy initiatives outlined in the 2025 budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, since its establishment in April 2025, the Ghana Gold Board has initiated reforms to licensing regime that governs the local gold trading sector and introduced new aggregation system to effectively mop up gold from artisanal small-scale mining sector across the country. These measures have already yielded tangible economic benefits within the short period of operation of the Ghana Gold Board. In the first half of 2025 alone, gold export from the small-scale sector stood at 51.5 tons with an export value of approximately $5 billion. This figure far exceeds the 26.4 tons which are with an export value of $1.8 billion from the small-scale mining sector over the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, simple put, gold export in tons from the small-scale mining sector for the first half of 2025 recorded about 100% increase over what was recorded in the year 2024. Similarly, the value of gold export from small-scale mining increased by about 180% for the first half of 2025 over that of the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, gold export from small-scale mining sector have exceeded gold export from large-scale sector. Mr. Speaker, the substantial foreign exchange inflows from the gold board operations in the artisanal small-scale mining sector have significantly strengthened our reserves, improved our balance of payment, and provided critical support for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, this tells a story of a country which has been denied the full benefit of its gold resources, a story of a country where illegal gold trade and smuggling have been allowed to fester to the detriment of the well-being of the people. Right, Honorable Speaker. On the 8th of July 2025, His Excellency President John Mahama inaugurated a task force to tackle illegal gold trade and smuggling. I also want to use this opportunity as the Sector Minister to reiterate that the government of President Mahama would deal ruthlessly with anyone found engaging in illegal trade and smuggling, as these nation-wrecking activities sabotage the progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate the point that no one should come to us and beg because we will not spare you. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program deserves some update. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, President Mahama officially launched the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, Ghana's ambitious and integrated strategy to boost production, create sustainable jobs, and modernize our economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program represent a national reset aimed at reducing import dependence, expanding domestic production, improving market access, and building a competitive, skilled workforce for a dynamic economy. Right Honorable Speaker, the anchor of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the Volta Economic Corridor, a transformational project to unlock the vast economic and environmental potential of the Volta Lake and its surrounding lands. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor revives and expands on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's original vision of the Volta project as a hub for agro-industry, trade and transport, now reimagined to fit today's economic reality and regional opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor will be executed through the following pillars of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Right Honorable Speaker, Grow 24 will irrigate 2 million hectares of farmlands for year-round farming instead of the traditional seasonal farming. Right Honorable Speaker, Make 24 will establish agro-industrial parks for textiles, pharmaceuticals, and food processing. The Speaker, Show 24 will develop tourism clusters and hospitality hubs along the Volta Lake. And Connect 24 will turn the lake into a major inland transport route, cutting haulage costs and linking northern, southern, eastern, and western Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to support this transformative program, the Ministry of Finance will, in the 2026 budget, outline targeted incentives for the Volta Economic Corridor. These measures will be carefully designed to attract private capital, drive enterprise growth, and create decent, well-paying jobs. The Speaker, for emphasis, the Ministry of Finance will, as part of the 2026 budget, outline a targeted incentive for the Volta Economic Corridor. Right Honorable Speaker, the government will only facilitate and not dominate this ambitious growth goal. The Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the 2025 budget, we announced the commencement of the Big Push program, a flagship initiative of President John Dramani Mahama for massive infrastructure development. Since then, the President has dedicated all Big Push budgetary allocation for the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and I mean all Big Push allocation for the next 2 years to improve road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Parliament approved that all oil revenue and mineral royalties accrued to the budget were dedicated to the Big Push. As a result, an amount of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was allocated in the 2025 budget for the Big Push program to be used for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Highways has spent the last 6 months of his time in office touring the whole country to assess firsthand the state of our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has undertaken studies and prepared comprehensive engineering interventions and cost estimates for roads projects across the country for the Big Push program. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commencement authorization for the following road infrastructure projects under the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, these are the following Big Push projects as approved by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, number 1, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. Number 2, rehabilitation of Wahan Road. 3, upgrading of Tumu Hamile Road. 4, upgrading of Tumu Han Laura Road. 5, reconstruction of Navrongo Tumu Road. 6, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Wenchi Road. 7, rehabilitation of Wenchi Sola Road. 8, Mr. Speaker, construction of Sunyani Outer Ring Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Kumasi Outer Ring Road, Eastern Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Bintri Napanduri Road. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso and Kwanta Road. Rehabilitation of Achimpoku Esukuma Junction Road. Rehabilitation of Esukuma Junction to Enyinawase Road. Right Honorable Speaker, Enyinawase to Ho Titrenu Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading Esukuma to Enumboso to Parliament Road. Mr. Speaker, Adomebre to Akomufre Road. We'll be upgrading Ho to Petoi Road. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Petoi to Afiadenyamepa Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Penny to Aflao Road. We will be dualizing Winneba to Mankesim Road. We'll be dualizing Cape Coast to Takrade Road. We'll be rehabilitating Mankesim Ejumako to Aguna Swedro Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Tema to Aflao Road. Construction of Dodowa to Afenya Dowenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be upgrading the Oyibi to Apollonia Afenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll be constructing the Enchi to Elubo Road. We'll also be constructing the Dadieso to Akontombra Road. We'll be upgrading the Adrefua to Osei Kojokrom Road. And we will be upgrading the Enchi to Kojoru Penchi Road. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Bediako Junction, Camp 15 to Sefi, Adobokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Big Push program, we have also selected the following abandoned road project for which no dedicated funding was allocated for by the previous administration to be included into the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Upgrading of Kasua to Winneba Road. Rehabilitation of Ofanko to Insawam Road, dual carriage. Right Honorable Speaker, dualization of Takrade to Aguna Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Swami Interchange and local roads. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be constructing the National Route 18 from Wa to Han Road. And we'll be upgrading the Tumu to Chuchuliga to Navrongo, including the construction of 36-meter span reinforced concrete over the Kenyibi River and 24-meter span reinforced concrete over the Bichirunu River. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be reconstructing the Navrongo to Sandema Road. Mr. Speaker, we will be rehabilitating the Tepa to Gosu Road, rehabilitating the Hohoi to Jasikan Road, and we will be rehabilitating Nkwanta to Oti Damanko Road. We will be reconstructing the Have to Hohoi Road, and we will dualize the Adenta Dodowa Road. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will reconstruct the Jenejene to Sampa Road. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act, and as part of this media fiscal review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, I am seeking approval for these multi-year commitments. Mr. Speaker, government has also initiated comprehensive feasibility studies for 4 projects which are currently at various stages of preparation, ensuring detailed assessment of their technical, economic, and environmental viability. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Project number 1, Accra-Kumasi Expressway on a completely new alignment. Mr. Speaker, Accra Outer Ring Road, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, and Adoso Echi Amanfo Bridge to connect the Afram Prince area. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to reorganization of the Ghana Road Fund. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not all. The government of President John Mahama has also taken a decision to remodel the Ghana Road Fund and refocus it towards road maintenance. As part of this media review, and on behalf of the government, the Minister for Roads and Highways will be laying before this House a new road maintenance trust fund bill. When approved, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill will replace the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund will, among others, provide for a new governance architecture, provide a formula for a fairer allocation of resources, and introduce more transparency in the utilization of road fund levy and others. Mr. Speaker, government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these 166 constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Right, Honorable Speaker. The President Mahama administration has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these constituencies. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this translates to about 5,000 kilometers of road to be constructed in these 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, simple put, over the next 3 years, we'll be building 5,000 kilometers of road in these 166 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that we have paid all nursing and teacher training allowances from January to June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the end of this month, July 2025, all nursing and teacher trainees will receive their allowance promptly at the end of every single month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members,
I conclude this media fiscal policy review.
We have other business. It's not only this one. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal review with renewed hope and optimism. The last 6 months have revealed our enduring spirit, what we can collectively achieve, and our potential to rise from the brink. Upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, in fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama's economic management model is working. The turnaround is in sight. Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic progress are visible and measurable. Mr. Speaker, first quarter economic growth is at 5-year high. Our GDP, our debt to GDP ratio is at a 5-year low. Mr. Speaker, inflation has declined to a 4-year low. Right Honorable Speaker, our credit rating has improved from junk to B- with stable outlook, a 2-notch upgrade and a 4-year high. Right Honorable Speaker, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, with no cedi depreciation in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the level of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi has never happened in the history of our nation. Prices of petrol and diesel at the pump have reduced significantly to the benefit of consumers. And the price of sugar, rice, and cooking oil at a 4-year low. 4-year low. Mr. Speaker, the price of 25 kilogram bag of Royal Aroma rice, which used to be sold at 650 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 356 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the price of a lonka of sugar, which used to be sold for 50 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 44 Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, price of 25-liter of cooking oil, which used to be sold for 980 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 640 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, price of konkonte, 1 sack. Price of konkonte, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,200 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 950 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods, which used to be sold at 9,400 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold at 7,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, onions. 1 paint bucket, which used to be sold at 120 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 95 Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, POP cement, which used to be sold for 115 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 90 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, maize, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,600 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 1,450. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture has promised that it will go down even more. Mr. Speaker, the price of Yas sanitary pad, which was 25 Ghana cedis in January, is now going for 15 Ghana cedis. 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, palm fruit, 1 olonka, which used to be sold for 40 Ghana cedis, is now being sold for 25 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is the reset President Mahama promise. This is the reset President Mahama promise. It has been 6 months of hard work. We have lessened the burden on households and businesses. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are indeed spending, and spending at the right places. We are making the right investment in the lives of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of $700 million US dollars of Eurobond obligations has been paid. An amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 9.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5 billion Ghana cedis of arrears has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Scheme has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1.4 billion for the National Health Insurance claims has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 252 million for vaccines and essential medicine has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 72.8 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 895 million to the school feeding program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 477 million to the LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 122.8 million for BEC registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 300 million to the no fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 191.7 million Ghana cedis as teacher training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 462.6 million as nursing training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 25 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis for national apprenticeship program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 34.5 million to the Jumawa program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis as goods and service to run effective and efficient government ministries, departments and agencies has been paid. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis to save the National Investment Bank has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, non-interest expenditure of 84.2 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. So far, Mr. Speaker, from January to June, total cash of 114.5 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we are spending and spending at the right places. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are spending at the right places. We are touching lives and we are changing our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. We have also worked to improve the fiscal situation. We have restored fiscal discipline. We have implemented appropriate policies to reduce interest rates significantly, thereby reducing the cost of borrowing. So, Speaker, we have saved on domestic interest payment following the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. Mr. Speaker, there is still more work to be done. President Mahama is determined to deliver. Inshallah, His Excellency John Mahama will deliver. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. But the good news is that today, hope is in sight. And we are determined to navigate the country out of the terrible storm we inherited from President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we need the support of the people of Ghana to weather this storm. Mr. Speaker, to the farmer in Yendi and to the fisher folk in Sekendi and Shama, to the nurse in Sunyane and the teacher in Enumbuso and Ejumako, to the Ghanaian youth seeking decent work, to the elderly seeking better pension. We see you, we hear you, and we are working for you. John Mahama will work for you. The NDC will work for you. The gains we have made so far are the results of your sacrifice, your patience, our belief, and our belief that change was not only necessary but crucial. Mr. Speaker, this media review is not just a technical report. It is the story of the Ghanaian people, a story of a nation that refused to give up, a story that echoes Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, this is a story that echoes Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, even as we look back at how far we have come, we are also looking ahead. This is the essence of John Mahama's leadership. He is focused and he will deliver. President Mahama is honoring his promise to the Ghanaian people. The second half of 2025 promises to be even better. We expect inflation to continue its downward trend and reach our 2025 target ahead of schedule. We will sustain the stability of the cedi through disciplined spending, targeted investment, and continued reserve accumulation. Growth will be further boosted by strategic initiatives, including the 24-hour economy program, the Big Push infrastructure program, and the revitalization of agriculture through the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that during my vetting, when asked what I would like to be remembered as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I stated that I would like to be remembered for stabilizing the exchange rate, ensuring low prices, and creating jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker, ahead of the presentation of the 2025 budget, my engagement with the traders at the Mokola market revealed that prices and exchange rate stability were the overriding concerns of the business community. So, Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our cherished traders at Mokola for their valuable insight. Mr. Speaker, the update on the cedi and the prices, as said earlier, clearly shows that we have taken deliberate and decisive action to ensure that the challenges with exchange rate and prices are tackled head-on. Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Ghanaians that the stability in the exchange rate and the lower prices we are experiencing will be sustained. Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, the government has worked hard to bring down and stabilize the exchange rate with deliberate policies. It is now time for businesses to bring down prices to reflect the new economic reality. We understand businesses went through some sacrifices during the turbulent economic challenges, but so did the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for prices to come down to reflect the new realities for the benefit of all Ghanaians and not only for the traders. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, more jobs will be created, confidence will be deepened, and the Ghanaian economy will stand tall again, not just in the sub-region, but on the global stage. But to do this, Mr. Speaker, we must stay united as a people and eschew divisiveness. We must continue to have faith in our country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we must have faith in our currency, the Ghana cedi. For 60 years through cycles of inflation, devaluation, redenomination, and recovery, the cedi has remained the symbol of our sovereignty. It has endured, it has evolved, and it remains the only legal tender of our republic. Let us protect it. Let us trade with our currency, the Ghana cedi. Let us talk about it with pride, not as a burden, but as a badge of economic independence. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the cedi. Fellow countrymen and women, I believe in the cedi. You also have to believe in the cedi. Mr. Speaker, to all of us who have the privilege to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility to reset our country. Ghana needs us more than ever. Our people needs us. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this address without expressing deep gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering dedication and vision continue to anchor this national reset. The Speaker, on a personal level, I thank His Excellency the President, because without him, this work couldn't have been achieved. Mr. Speaker, he is indeed the anchor towards our economic reset. Right Honorable Speaker, and to you, Father, Mr. Speaker, Alban, Sumana, Kingsford, Bagman, our father, and members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Aban Papaba. Mr. Speaker, Aban Papaba. No wonder my brother Kwame and his team had to flee the chamber. I salute Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable members, in line with the practice and convention of the House, I refer the media fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year to the budget committee to be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance for deliberation and report to the House. When it comes to the House, we will hear from the chairman of the committee after it has gone through the report as to whether they second the motion that has been moved or not. If they do so, then it will be opened for debate. This is a motion, it's not a statement. And so members will have the opportunity to debate the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. So I intend to permit the minister
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa FM.
We will start with the presentation and first reading of the bill. And so, honorable members,
Ekosiisen On
Item 1.
Asempa FM.
on the order paper addendum.
Oribo!
Minister of Finance.
Oribo! Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Isempanabo, Obinebano, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Isempanabo. Obinie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu awo mene sempa, debrane mamba, Obi, Sum Obi, Sum Obi, Sum Obi, Sum Obi, Sum Obi. Oribo, Oribo, Ekosiisen,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen, Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Obinebano, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Isempanabo, Obinebano, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Isempanabo. Obinie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu awo mene sempa, debrane mamba, Obi, Sum Obi, Sum Obi.
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasugu so a utie no ma yanamu nyina asene ensan mama kwaba. Just gone by was the 2025 mid-year budget review statement. Finance Minister of the Republic of Ghana presented to the Parliament of Ghana. In Sembebrina and wetumi ede akwakotudwa. And ye bejimre na fi yetumi adoso in semne. But let me hear your thoughts. At least say wutimi jebre etie the entire presentation. You may have formed an opinion about the otie, you know. Let me hear what you think. Oh, sharing with YouTube live. Ubetimi wa drinchre ego describe the statement you heard no in at least one word. Na yenhwe enkan ma etie phone so and to be utie in wufia. This is an opportunity to share your thoughts on the budget review statement 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Yen WhatsApp number and no bit me wa drench and afaso abre 0548 443 523. Odeba ye bejemre na yakan ediama. But I think one thing already I generated conversation on social media. The prices of goods then and now are minister in this budget review statement. Inti we'll be playing back that voice no for you na yashe edi hon enko. But I think it really brought the conversation home for what I would say in Wufie any adeno na wetimi relate to the budget statement and as the review statement in the way 2025 mid-year fiscal policy review. Okasa the price of an olonka of sugar olonka na yeton 50 Ghana cedis in January this year. Sisi aye kajose ebo ne swate about 44 Ghana cedis. It is from 50 cedis to 44 cedis. That's the price of olonka of sugar. Enti utie ya Eto saying the price of 25 kg bag of Royal Aroma rice or see January near ton 650 Ghana cedis by NA Eswatiaba 585. Emono chum okasa 585 na Eswatiaba na 385. Was it 585 or 385? Esotena ateno. Okay. What we have here on the artworks now, Ministry of Finance share 585. But I think I heard 385. Maybe a say about voice nibio na yashe. The price of 25 liters of cooking oil are 980 Ghana cedis in January. Or this is here Swatia about 640 Ghana cedis. From 980 to 640 Ghana cedis. Iron rods are now a ton of 9,400 Ghana cedis in January. Or this is here about 7,500 Ghana cedis this time. Onion a Jenny paint bucket na bako. Osena a 120 Ghana cedis in January. This is here about 95 Ghana cedis as we speak. A bro bottle bako, a bro bottle. Na 1,600 Ghana cedis in January. See about 1,450 Ghana cedis. 1,450 Ghana cedis. See yes, sanitary pad. Now 25 cedis in January. See about 15 cedis. See as we speak. Yes, sanitary pad. And the end ma mutobino you can confirm or na wama ye ehun. Abe olon kabako na oka 300 mum because because I think I heard 300. I don't know say be a slip of tongue there because the artwork from the Ministry of Finance neka 585 but I think I heard 385. Olonka abe osene ton 40 Ghana cedis in January. But see 25 Ghana cedis abe olonka meme de meme nkojom Dominic say mo na ya mokojom indi bra na be kire ejo. Oh God. But normally be a idea we can verify, especially maybe a Ghana for etonioma ain't. But at least that's what the Minister of Finance the Atuja. It is a wood you can also let hear what you think. Getting the Asha share artwork official artworks from the Ministry of Finance Australia and Ayanemo Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. We say Obi, I hope your investigators will double check the prices of all the items mentioned in the statement. Okay, until L the way until will do just that. Our profession is a professional verification. That's what journalists mainly do. Into yade beshena yetusa anamono. But one other fundamental thing, I think the statement was heavy on infrastructure. Nioma abayne pese oye under the big push project. Enti mamemfa we so send Benghazi na onfa enters in the way the minister take time go through road projector abayne a capture say omobeye in the next 2 years under the big push. In the way roads project are buying your margin so in the next 2 years under the big push. Some will be done this year na e being so accord next year and almost some over 30 something billion Ghana cedis to do all of those. And you say under the big push program, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commitment authorizations for the following road infrastructure project under the big push program. And the number one, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. In the Oti River at Dambai. Ubetime biemu kakra. Na more motion on YouTube no more the roads project or let's say any bako 32 say ombeye ni nyina under the big push in the next 2 years. In the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai, rehabilitation of Wa to Han Road, upgrading of Tumu to Hamle Road, upgrading of Tumu Han Lora Road, reconstruction of Navrongo to Tumu Road, rehabilitation of Techiman in Konsia to Wenchi Road. And what it means is that one road project na ewo we mu a and I just say was one wo twen kakra. Rehabilitation of Wenchi Solar Road, construction of Sunyane Outer Ring Road, construction of Kumase Outer Ring Road, which is the eastern quadrant, rehabilitation of Bintri to Nangpanduri Road, rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso Nkwanta Road. Hey, that's quite a very popular road. Rehabilitation of Atimpoku Esikuma Junction Road, rehabilitation of Esikuma Junction Enyirawasi Road, reconstruction of Enyirawasi Ho Tintrinu Road, upgrading of Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road, upgrading of Esikuma to Enum Boso Balime Road, upgrading of Adome Bridge to Akwemufie Road, rehabilitation of Ho Betoi Road, rehabilitation of Betoi Afiedenyigba Road, rehabilitation of Afiedenyigba Penyi Road, rehabilitation of Penyi Aflao Road, dualization of Winneba Mankesim Road, dualization of Cape Coast to Takrade Road, rehabilitation of Mankesim Ejumako Breman Esikuma Agona Swedru Road, rehabilitation of Tema to Aflao Road Section 1, reconstruction of Dodowa Afienya Dawenya Road. Dodowa Afienya Dawenya no ekwan be ya enya de omo asase ye no. I know say reconstruction as almost say abe ni nyina afoforo. Okay, upgrading of Oyibi Apollonia Afienya Road, construction of Enchi Elubo Road. That kwan we chache that way and oka Enchi to Dadieso, where Enchi to Elubo maza Eagle Star for be that akwan was 1992. Yeah, Eagle Star maybe and Johnson have got a bridge or town on this or Arche Brutal Enchi to Elubo. Construction of Dadieso Akontombra Road, upgrading of Ajofwa Osei Kujokrom Road, upgrading of Enchi Kujoru Pechi Road, and upgrading of Bediako Junction Camp 15 to Sefia Kontombra Road into Western North Enya. Quite a number of road projects under the big push. Meaning say where your first phase now say the total number of roads are or more are captured under the big push in let's hear your thoughts. Say the American Akano 0548 443 523. Let me remind you, say enche abejafon ba be cancer. Nana ya chempem Jantua from Jubilee House will be here. Dr. Bernard Okoboy would also be here. But let's get to speak to some economists. Na yenyu omadwenche on the mid-year fiscal review statement and finance minister at the core parliament, Dr. Ado Edu Owusu Sakode, or a senior lecturer, economics department, University of Ghana. Doc, akwabe kosi saying suni.
Yeah, really, I'm good, sir.
Na wapomu ye dear.
I'm not doing a part. I'm sorry.
Adumia the crying kakra. Mijiri say OJ Mre Timiti a finance minister presentation no. E then a stand out mo Emma o me pacho.
Oh, okay. See. Into my number standing out at number one, sir. Was say a number I inflation above form, interest rate above form, public debt above form. Number was above form, number the cost. But there car be a cost of borrowing, no, so they are uncle my politics EchoBank, borrow by no fear the back. They're standing out bill, mommy, a VAT review, no, that's by September normal review. And while share the macroeconomic targets for the year, because the way just mid-year review of what he presented in March, and she was a target for no GDP, no oil GDP figure, inflation figure, public debt figures, primary balance figure, fiscal deficit figure. On revise it. On revise it because every hour the can't say a new mind improve. But on person about committed the whole revising is the year so that they are for revising that's a finish so that's a new man now revising and a start and answer and then I found to so the say hey what I can say revising I say yes and I am doing so who come on say and due to the customer was still minimum. I think GDP growth rate of 4.0 no, on revise it. But that is just a minimum target for the year. And she said, I finished so now you have 5%, and then say praise the Lord. But I can revise it to 5. Now we're new 5 for now, I know so say I'm not for so anymore. I can understand that. And let us be on. Hello?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, Doc. Yes, me too.
Or me for extra appropriation. Since you cannot chat to us for the in March the bar Parliament. Since you can Ghana for any extra money via and she says can usually the media review no bar. I am the extra appropriation can but not compulsory. Media review no by constitution, so you must come. But asking for extra appropriation, the and yet compulsory. So, by a who here now, by a who here, when yet. I give back also to be only a say, was this cabinet to 2.9 billion if energy sector, but this is a very that D11, 2.9 billion, almost 3 billion to this. The big media talk of gas, I said a bit doom so Emma or mine. And I didn't start a year with the restructuring, and that's restructuring that's here. This was a France why get into the boy. I think last year, which is a kind of sponsor boy. So I'm very restructure, yeah, can I'm an from France sponsor Jackson. James, my hold on the Jackson, so the boy Ghana, Ghana cannot abba from and say, yeah. But for the first time, I don't know, I think to be correct. For the first time, I say, Finance Minister about risk to the budget. I don't know, I stand to be corrected though. But as a way, no, or to me, said, in spite of them, what came in, there's still some risk ahead of us. And you go, anymore, to me, a higher. A daily customs revenue. Was it never be a cost to us? What in your free, border, a phenomenal, the Emma. And I touch you, smuggling, someone for India. Fuel idea marine be a juma fishing I don't know because I buy after 2000 I don't food via a cotton or a month for so and in the bloated wages and salaries where I back from we can say ghost names any almost more blow more pension or my dear juma that's la 140 that auditing or say the boy let them dear I don't know big push said the next 2 years a year and big push in the kind of the Bay road and I was a big push was there for infrastructure. The kind of infrastructure I am you want to say fine bridge, airport, school, hospital, any other. To say the next 2 years in the fine and I was say for the bear 13 billion, 13.8 billion and the bear star at the now near man take the almighty 24-hour economy. He just mentioned it by passing because you know Hannah Honorable Gutitano about so here about $4 billion, which is about 41 billion Ghana cedis.
Yes.
At the year 24-hour economy, no. And finance minister no cash extra security and free Ghana for farm management. Now more for besides 24-hour economy no. The better day. Mincha see win yana say enya kuwe number 30. Ebia after number 30. Yeah, next year, then can achieve year after that. Okay. And the person you know, yes, that Women's Bank, no. Bank here also got boy and ma Juma for last year was the best 58 million cities and a shame. And I didn't say Ghana, I was about 400 million.
Asempa FM.
Bank. And she was spending 300 million. I'm no more. She was spending 300 million for first year university fees. Now, the bank here, all the boy and my Juma 58. And now this first year university fees in India, what buying 300 million airport share the car. Me think say it can say it because me know we not get back hookah. If school for the big here more, and you know we have more young scholarship scheme. We work on first year now. We have more up to the fourth year, up to say we school. Maybe you teaching
on Asempa FM.
Now sometimes the sugar really bad office. No, can't say yeah, be our friend, papa, our friend, mammy, our friend, will be our friend, our friend. Decide if I would not only first year, but entire year. But oh dear, me papa, be a minister, me papa, manager, me papa, businessman. Was in the first year fees, you know, get a better channel.
But similar arguments were made against free SHS. But the government then Estande firm say no or say oye. And the same thing can be said about Waymo. So Monso say they want to do it. In fact, or more after first year and still on challenges, no. Abayanka said they will introduce the student loan plus. I no bet me aji student loan. Ediatria fees for years now, akano. But that one you will pay back.
Yeah, minya enti waka MPP bank time waka show so munya targeting. Won bet me chi enche mo bet me ncha na went ya. And also chasa wo so ntie. Enti media me hwehwa ma no se ehun hia se kombe no hostel that say obi anye free mo bia.
Okay.
There was classes in University of Ghana acquire student aid office wa.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Students che mo aboa school for omunya yabia modua ne sam enkoye. Enti ebetimi discount no aye scholarship university training college in yabia student aid. We hear mo akoko register. So me dey say akode bia me hear mo school fees me appointment ya. Me bia ne sam so enkoye. Now I provided information. And other boy say oh me now to studio waiting at church school fees. Now Obama university free. Now Abana say and I make us say 300 million is say because you see I'm not say your some schools should be over still lie and the free. Moko school e will me say. And I say a class one. If all they need is 10,000 Ghana cedis. That's all they need. But a bank already boy a mark 15 million. But university for now can send there and they're not getting a banner in Haji. And the other studio man here year and then blame me about him by the specialized banks. Not mean only meaning the agriculture development bank that is a more agriculture. Now amount for interest rates are the lending cost. Meanwhile, specialized banks Emma lower interest rate. Say be you Ukraine, beko AD before akoje bosia. Say be this be interest rate na wasu na wontu me a. Bako AD before dia. Betimi age. Enti eno de nya aba we nkwa aba twemi na me bo mo so bo say. That specialized banks no. Yen hwe mo atem ka. So be ya interest rate no cost or another bank cra. These specialized banks no. Yeah. Betimi akwa bosia. But I think so far so good. I know the politics would say they inherited a distressed economy and all that. And we all know about how distressed the situation was in 2022. I don't think I buy not the question IMF has said. And we've seen, if you read all the IMF reports, we have seen a recovery of a new man now you're home today 2022. Now you're home in higher back. Then I make a set on politician. Then I make a set. Yeah, 2022 air banner, you're in higher cut. But of course, I don't think back to 2024 and 2025 because that time Ghana for two about more banana amount for how because this is the IMF policy. No, you do not all the full benefits. This will complete the cycle because you cannot be money in tranches. Until you don't expect program of 2023, no, you don't expect the benefits to be higher in 2023 or 2024. You expect the benefits, the full benefits, to happen at the getting to the closure of the program around 2025 and then to 2026.
Oh, okay.
And so that is the picture that we must face. But of course, a politician, but
one other thing,
speaking, I'm happy with the media budget.
With the media budget, good. One thing I'm a person me say going into this presentation. Now, at the end, Danny Pabibre now no any say dollar no ahoɔden aba form seed na ahoɔden pagya but man for kase still annuama bo den omo per dollar ni bi omunya bi. The finance minister attempted to give some reasons for sannuama and explain said be Ghana for betiase eto wasum me pacho
or explaining the review of what
no me kase Ghana for na complain say dollar no yes na hoɔden aba form seed na hoɔden pagya ba nneoma bo still eda so ewo so
okay
ebi mo nso se omo per dollar ni bi omunya bi minister enya mre etimi kyerɛkyerɛ na mibusa se de wote ye ne to wasomu ana
on Asempa
oh yes so far so good and some of these things you know structural problem yeah I watch it and the whole no asem kano so the baby you know it will take some time.
Okay.
As a Ghana, we are used to set a normal board air cost. You know the last time a normal board from general speaking. And she said, maybe that's a normal board from now. Now I am normal and assume he.
Sure.
But I get number one, the first point is that the exchange rate, you know, you ensure the weight of the exchange rate. You take it for example, you say not transport minister or road minister rather. Now all Manchester cement for NTM Bonsu. Financial director a morning no my enemy I did not born no but yes cement for example was started an exchange rate no about from that cement board and my form. Price build up no number the bray and the comb.
Yes.
The exchange rate the critical element here the weight you know cassia and the way no man board from. But exchange rate you know extra there. And you're not never born and coupon that so but at least and then you have at least one to the cry and that's a very good signal to the government and to the general public say for what year Ghana for sugar because the same within the cost for the same kind within one by 30 years and cabinet to make at 2 million by air from no to reduce their prices and I understand that because everything depends on the weight of the exchange rate. But I also say, sir, even if the weight is 1 cedi cry, 1 cedi cry, what do you stop? Now, I'm for beer, at least cement, much so, and then ensure much so, and now we're much so. And dollar now, would say, or more problem, the Bank of Ghana, or enough reserves. I'm not sure it should be a problem. I mean, over $11 billion.
Okay, but going forward, no.
Reserves about the truth. You can tell all the good. But what they
going forward no ka se nioma abandi begu akwan mu to maintain the gains ayenya so far no efa seed na hoɔden ne ho a osisi all government contract will not be priced in dollars. Bio contract be a beye, including the Ifriamanone ba donor funded all of them will be quoted in Ghana cedis. Yen quote bibia or dollars mobile. That's one thing. And also as a Ghana phone crying say as much as possible no yenya gidie we cedi nim na yenyu su cedi no being the only legal tender in our country no enfantonioma na reliance on dollars no emra form osan so e kan bibi se na nipa bi ka se aban etimia sustaining cedi na hoɔden was true because government is really not spending enya de aban basic egu system ni men na ama seed na hoɔden aba from no ɔkyerɛ mu sɛ dabi na in the last 6 months no abaya spending 114 billion Ghana cedis 114 billion Ghana nti ɛnyɛ no credit sɛ nya de aban air spend ɛno nti na ama seed na hoɔden ɛwɔ soro no ogitum de ɔbobɔ so no.
Okay, still need to know the new amount for $5 billion in the many abandoned. I think the government so akata the field and so for Ghana or Malaysia or Canada and more than that. I don't get how school fees. You say some of the schools they charge in dollars. Or card is dollars. Or contract is dollars. Dollars so your principal krona. So when $1, this is why I export. And now for Bobus here.
Yes.
And if the open number in dollars, and now cash are buying share. Uncle Bobus here. And make sure dollar emerald memo. No, what you say, the food if I put here. Who complains are buying a bubble share too much. Won't she also complain that also try to number in dollars? Now, dollar may happen to October, there be. Get now also number in dollars. Into a year, many argument that dollarization, a school fees, car, and it should not be priced in dollars. Rent, and a rent now for a general so behind dime. $1,000.
Yes.
Or a real estate people in Nan, Munko Munoma in cities. The Cotodan or some little letter, who price in dollars. Maybe I'm a city equivalent said $10,000. But what did be 100,000 cities and a hair? No idea city. No, and there's a means being called dollars, ever, the bureau, and answer being called black market. No, and Chita and the manager, who South Africa, and make me call South Africa. Make sure me who tell with dollars. Almost there be. I'm concerned. And tell me the Omurand number. In Nigeria, Nigeria hotel, Mokoda, Abuja. They are priced in naira. And so back Ghana hotels maybe don't price in dollars. Dollar no for fun away. I buy no prime $20 and individual no for $5 no way. And then you have finance minister and governor just to me. I said Ghana for him I am what. Tell me Sika. Come and come out 30 years in me. Says you be Sika city. And she said in the idea to say the you wanna a holiday no enina. The big price in your mind dollars. Now you see no a holiday no quite a coffin. A coffin to swear and the cook like crab. The auto video to the nanny of the I told him you say he's not spending. Yes, true, because the owner led cities are not the value of the cities, the one that the supply of cities in the copper mark, the never cost against the other trading currencies. Now, example, the reserve finance minister will born normally the system of training or chair.
Yes, and you say spending
are in line with the budget of kind, but among workers that he's not spending that. They are also speaking from the angle there, compared with 2024 out 10.
Okay.
What to expenditure so by 10 billion. And so among workers that you are not spending, that is true. Because compared to the 2024 out 10, now Usika would they block or what is so by 10 billion or even close to 10 billion. And see, I know they are true. Now, not only make Jabana say because by a year or yet fiscal consolidation near the interface say, and the menu we are first year and year. Over your mark agent, and son of year, second year, third year, will be in some. And so a good strategy. And you have to sustain. Hello,
me pass me too, Doc.
Hello,
Doc. Me how meet you? Oh, sir. Yeah, me too, Doc. Hello. Yeah, Doc. Yeah, too.
How to sustain it? Good, but a human more, young coso, Emma, a human coso.
Hello. Wow, too bad. Inti Doctor Edu Owusu sa kodie ahomano aye ba na anka mebebusa on the debt to GDP ratio and the figures are minister Ede Etuja. For example, he makes the point Ghana's public debt reduced from 726.7 billion end of December 2024 to 613 billion end of June 2025, a reduction of 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. First time in Ghana's history with a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. And about public to debt GDP ratio now, or say Yadiana move from 61.8% at end 2024 to 43.8% by end June 2025, 18% reduction in 6 months. The IMF program set a target of 45% to be achieved in 2034. We have achieved beyond this 9 clear years ahead of schedule. In the Matisa Doc, yes, Doc, what do you mean? Aha, ntina o ka gold board adwuma omo ye ne say omo nto aso ene ade.
Aha. Action risk management no ya start here.
Okay.
Nyamia dom gold price across cocoa price across metals across. Because the gains are not coming from any structural changes, and I'm in a yard. Because I don't know Abuama exchange rate no, you need control over them. Like gold price, you need control. Cocoa price, you need control. Remittance, you need control. US tariff war, you need control. Crude oil price, you need control. They all control I could I to the high gold board no. And she says, I'm your Maya, Abuama the horde near and say, a general to see I am by 3 years. And she a year says the horde near air cost but you should sell or mine. Export is the most sustainable way to sustain your currency. Okay. Export. So obey industry, obey see if the Juma or not a bag and I will import 100 bags there. Obey 60 or no imported just 20. A poultry. So consume a beer 10 tons. Obey produce beer 70, no imported just the start. Import substitution that the can see set up in the Juma. Export, and then the most assured way to sustain the value of your currency. Other than that, Daniel may good price was said, you know, the US economy, as the justice here, other currencies to try, Ghana and the Chiato.
Yeah.
There is also a number 11 billion. The Inquisition, a Bank of Ghana, the complete casta, say 11 billion a star, near IMF. And to going forward, the most sustainable way. I say exports. We have command, increase the export and have command over the export. I'm using the word command over the export because you go to New York or you need a good dinner to a export in Ghana share air kitwebi. In Canada, America, the ownership of the export. So increase the export and then expand the ownership of the export. These two are the most assured way. And now this is the idea. But going forward, there will be take the masses here, home back today. And now, Minkasa and the Honduran.
Okay.
It is so far so good, ya pay ye, and yamwa, na Ghana, yamwa, na a ban. I'm saying, if you anyone said, going forward, 2026, 2027, I ban a bit beginning them. Now, Yama was right 1 year, not in Yuma, above not cost of borrowing, made the cost of borrowing that might come up. So, they tell me, yeah, Ghana workers you're almost 12 million.
Okay.
Just close to 2 million too, and they are buying for a Juma. Out of 12, no. The over 10 million in now Uncle Juma. If you Uncle Asempa FM near the one for the petty or Mokano. So, Okobosia, at the idea, you remember Okobosia interest within the number 25-30%. Now, Mimia or Japan, Mimia or China, borrow at 3% here. We don't know how to compete with them. And the interest rate in India, and one year, I don't know because you see, exchange rate no cover inflation cost from the next fight to be against the interest rate. Then so now, Ama and Kofuatima, Abobusia, every German, almost after the best starting to or master it. Now, customs for now, port for now, Moody Scabo, Motomudi dinner. And that banning Sabato mono, on show me because of all ball minor form.
Sure. On the in public debt, OSHA debt to GDP ratio now or see a move from 61.8% end of 2024 to 43.8% end June 2025, or the 18% reduction in 6 months. IMF MI in target of 45%, saying achieving by 2034. Now yetimi achieve 9 clear years ahead of schedule. And what do you think accounted for this? See the na ho den na ama because na me kind earlier or can be so say OSHA total public debt now reduce it from 726.7 billion to 613 billion. I just say 113.7 billion and every in 6 months. Because of see the now in India.
I'm saying, you are for that our hand, Mopa, because we have the debt restructuring. And see, debt restructuring now, you are for that study, and no to transfer my year to say.
Oh, okay.
I want to say debt restructuring, haircut, a banner say the doka, mintia, and see, Buame. Na maybe Buma, na instead of be 100, no, by the time maybe restructuring, and I'm in 80, and I'm in 90. If you see a dear nuclear abroad, a moon, na yaka me, and you call Euro bond, Nina can't be, and a swat. Another reason here, also a auditor general, or say, the public debt, or miscalculating.
Yeah,
I don't know if I got a report right.
And I don't say it was overstated. As or more overstated.
Overstated. And this is corrected, and I'm sure there is a contributory factor. And I'm a swatting. And a balance to rate of borrowing. A balance to show as confirming how is our support in say in the past 6 months. The public debt has accumulation is in negatives.
Yes.
It's negative 15%. Just a balance and I just said, but yeah, the will be your bono crown, Kakrabi. And I'll share since 2022, I am called Euro bond. And a Euro bond, so they're not yet your biggest headache because it's in dollars. Exchange rates don't get on pay. That's another thing.
Yes.
And so we're in a combination of factors. And at the outcome of first, in dollar terms, but because we are the OKT in citizens, exchange rates will not affect it. But the external debt is in dollars. It's in different currencies. It will convert it into cities appreciation of the canon. For example, if you are near the $100, someone exchange rate near 17, about 1,700 cities. This year exchange rate about 10. The same $100 in city terms, I moved from 1,007 to 1,040 cities. And see, I can't be external component of the debt. I don't know about form because of the city association. I don't know about money now about form because the exchange rate no cost for the entire public debt a cost because of the external component which is in foreign currency. The last euro for that I said within 1 year that exchange rate don't want the 93 billion cities and I exchange rate don't want. If you say now still na hold the exchange rate no cost form to convert the external component of the debt into cities here and the money back from and a key factor in that. Now, as a ratio of GDP, no only say GDP is a cost of, so say you have 1 trillion cities. The Jacob bear 1.2, 1.3. The target for the year is about 1.3. And a year cost of. And as a ratio of GDP, and so a very, I think we should clap ourselves as Ghanaians. So, your debt to GDP ratio, above from not only that, interest payment to revenue ratio, so above from the debt to GDP ratio now above from to 43.8%. The target was about 45 or so. And yet, it's a good news for all of us. And now, you say, oh man, and maybe I'm master students, PhD students be. I don't say Ghana's public debt. Our threshold should be around 44, 45, 46%. Anything beyond that, it will have negative implications on our economy. And if you say I have around 43, you're making sure say you big now. Nigeria, capping at 40%.
Asempa FM.
Nigeria for capping of public debt. Say 40% of their GDP. So we must cap. I think we have capped our own at 45% of GDP. Another thing that you need to see in Nigeria when it said, external domestic debt mix, they are always making sure that the external component is not more than 30%. I repeat, Nigeria is making sure that the external component of their debt is not more than 30%. In Ghana here, I think Minister Nika said it's around 49%. In Ghana, making sure that's 49 for external and then 51 for domestic. In Ghana, making sure that external Yamana below 30%. What's my reason? My reason is that so would you be in the person's currency, a currency that you have no control, a currency that you cannot manage. But what they cannot in your city, the currency I will be to manage it there. Anyway, with me, I am BBA, and to make sure that at least this Nigeria, then 70 domestic, 30 external, from the current 51 to 49. When is that going forward?
Very well, Doc. Me and Nancy be any ever say about being comobio. Why?
You're missing that.
Yeah, that's a pan. I mean, showing to Doctor Edu Owusu sa kodie and yetin and kano. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Mamimfa entrim some not a very good news coming through. Now we can confirm from some sources close to the family. Sir, former Roads and Highways Minister, Honorable Amwakwata Neyere Odaya wan sorry enti se wonim yenyina ye wofa Amwakwata former Roads and Highways Minister Neyere Edaya wan sorry enti wonim na no afre no na wamane yakọ enche na ninua enya ne nyame frɛ na ene ne yere enso eda forminti honorable se wutie ya ma yakọ kese pa nyame de man nyame na asan agye na de enti yakọ kese pa honorable Amuakon Ata former Roads and Highways Minister ne yere edaya wan sorry sanso ena veteran journalist Mr. Kobna Ibokwansa wajidin papa mo amunim se nyankopon atonsa afre no ne 1 week observance na ebeba so memende ya 26th July ochena chi memende ya 26th July 9 a.m. ewo Blue Event Center no Botiano behind West Hills Mall in Namfufo ene busue nyina yeko na yakọ akwakujam union no Mr. Kobna Ibokwansa odi 76 years ene nyame tonsa ne 1 week na eba so nyame yadomo a memenda da yenimi ewo Blue Event Center Botiano behind West Hills Mall ene yenko na yenko enkoja ebusua enye easy yentie we mra ye ba Dr. Bernardo Koboy atena se na ya ajanto will be joining us na afei yedi and common seminar edoso ye ba sisi amontwen
Mejene ho pa senka David Otobo na nka Goliath anka fimo be fem no pa
DKY Night of Comedy and Music. Yes, 1st August 2025. Accra International Conference Center. 8 p.m. sharp. Afie Kemuno. Ghana for the double dumbo Boshe Conference Center. Ebe jiweni ewa pasire ene enyumtum. Afie wenso. Ajonto 4 akuku dambiti se Kofi Kenata. Samini. Amrado. Empress Gifty. Any brother Samidi nyamejumba jimutata. Ube wise you. Yawazoye. And wechino. Comedians neso di sabi jimika kabetato. It's night of music and comedy. Comedians. Ejimifo. Jacinta. Lexi the comic. DKB. Foster Romanos. And the host himself. Dan Kwaku Yabua. Ejimifo captain. So well maybe on the 1st of August 2025. Accra International Conference Center. Enumreno watwe. Rate ne 200 Ghana cedis for popular stand. VIP 500 Ghana cedis. VVIP 800 Ghana cedis. So person to take it nibia. Star 844 star 31 hash. When you take it. Ana ubekmaba Peace FM. Abeto ticket.
MCs Acrobato and Clemento Suarez. Special guest Chairman General Kwame Sefakai.
DKY Night of Comedy and Music. Idiasa Nejimi Tato. Headline sponsors Glyco, RB Homes, Global Poly Ghana Limited. Other sponsors Stanbic Bank, Tontina 74, Yadia Nabegani, First Bank Ghana, Nados Bread, Pano Show, Benyabiato Babia, Goodness Energy,
Simaf Cement, MJ Grand Hotel, East Legon, Semis DS Group Limited, Abdaco Ghana Limited, Speed Dot Spray from Ozone's Chemist,
MTN. Bon Raw Chocolate, any art passion chocolate, marketed and distributed by Jacko Farms and Food Limited. The luckiest. GH Media School.
Goshen Global Ministries. DKY Night of Comedy. Our for Jimmy, our feeling.
milky hot pepper powder. This advert is FDA approved.
In every community, the skyline is dotted with uncompleted buildings. Some at the foundation, others at lintel or roofing level. Each one tells a story, a dream, a home in the making, because home ownership remains one of humanity's greatest desires. Wherever you are on this journey, whether you're breaking ground, building up, or simply furnishing your space, the EchoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is designed with you in mind. Join us from Friday, July 25 to Sunday, July 27th at the EchoBank branch, Tema Community 7 Traffic Light for the EchoBank Joy News Habitat Fair Second Clinic 2025. Let's help turn your home ownership dream into a lived reality. The EchoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is powered by EchoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and brought to you by Drive EVGH, Drive into a Sustainable Future, Virtual Security Africa, Security for All, Safety and Home Solutions. You think of a door? We have it. Superlock Technologies Limited. You deserve the best. DPS Pipes, connecting you to life. Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape. Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app Bako, Services Bibri. Special Gardens, Memorable Living. DBS Industries Limited, we truly are your roof experts. Door Masters, the best indoors. Lash Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time. LandlordAfrica.com, bringing the real estate industry to your doorstep. The Builders Market, bathroom, get it right. Right House Energy Limited, let's build smarter energy together. Masters in solar installation. Sintek Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Interplast, we make sure water reaches you, even space. Yoban Security, doors protecting lives and properties. Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. Western Villas, where dreams meet reality. The EchoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2025. Dream it, own it, live it.
EchoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EchoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. EchoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EchoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EchoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EchoBank. King promise.
Milky hot pepper powder. This advert is FDA approved.
Every dream starts with a prayer, and every prayer ends with a promise. Because of a small investment made years ago, a proud parent's dream of seeing their child graduate becomes a proud reality. Even in retirement, these investments continue to grow, creating the freedom to live and laugh well, and to support the next generation with exciting and inspiring new business ventures. At Blue Financial Services, we turn your smallest deposits into life-changing returns. From first steps to life's greatest milestones, Blue Financial Services is with you. Dream bigger, trust deeper. Visit Blue Financial Services today. Your future starts now.
Call us on 0303-968-196. WhatsApp us on 0501-609-958. Visit our website at www.bluefs.com.gh.
Ewra, me pacho bra na me hwa de wo bag yi.
Bra, aden, enen so biem.
Time heba me hye ya me kan se yi ba akun, ani wayi me ensen.
Bra, sanya time heba me hya, esia gyimi ni me fiefo enya de abako ebeso yen.
We de udi se ofa ni nyina.
Time heba me hya, me kasa me di wa dance ya heaven ena de mekwa akopie. Enti se malaria, we draw ne time heba mixture.
Enye enunku o, de nanum ato a wontimi anidie no. Time heba mixture duro no ena ye ma wo. Oba a wafa afuro de wo ma akwada no fo. Ene akwada woni mfie dumienu entimi num aduro yi bi.
Se obeto aduro yi bi anoma, hwe se wako hospital anase lab ameye hu se wo atridie malaria yi bi ansa.
Se o petam heba misha enuri dudu atu a, fo ani kire KNG Herbal Center ewo Emrom Abidjan House ana ba akoso wo atonsu Monaco Junction.
Eno echi ubenya bi atowo over the counter medicine sellers ene herbal shop dodo na emu.
Fre 0244417669.
Kayo set time no TIME time herbal mixture afi malaria fever bi adani ziba ewo munu betu akọ.
FDA agi ejodi nkratwe yi
New Kivo Hot Pepper Powder. Moko Shoo! This advert is FDA approved.
EchoBank Mobile, they make me say, EchoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Download it, you gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. EchoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EchoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EchoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EchoBank. Kim promise.
Me kwami bampo penyi market ya enye insupa na yesta ibisano antonso abobu esanse me packet ye miensape me ni thank you emo dufo bia dumme wabombo sia se me nkope tank nto na dien tank na meta me high Sintek tank dien na echepa Sintek tank benzo de kita warranty bebre Sintek tank na fisu uni my favorite color no tank ben de bit na yama me Sintek tank obia se Sintek tank case close triple tank shede actual eye SINTEX Sintek tank na enye na bebie Sintek tank eye strong eye tough.
Electrical appliance na wopato. Say your mobile phones with say Nokia, Samsung, Infinix, any phones ahodoɔ nyinaa. Smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezer, double decker, tabletop fridges, and a washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera, any call Franco electrical appliances. Are durable and very energy efficient. What sounds what it bonus so. Bura branch beer benwo. Nekoji electrical appliances. Eye papa nani buofu. Every franco. Anafre 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Now to add your online ubetmenya up to 40% discount. Electrical appliances papa ifi. Eye bakope. Eye franco.
A mysterious bag, huge sum of money, a gun, a charm, all in one compound house. Tenants who are involved in fraudulent activities and a caring mother. Sika Bottle, a new epic drama series on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102, premiering 23rd July at 8:30 p.m. Get your DSTV decoder at 89 Ghana cedis and GoTV decoder at 399 Ghana cedis today. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
I run because I believe I'm born to win.
Register now for the Absa Black Star Marathon because your story
when I day home and want something quick to chop, everything inside, brown nuts, milk and sugar. I only need some water, so kiss me easy, keep carry mix, eat a bio, chop am anywhere, eat a bio, keep carry for your office, boarding house, everything inside, brown nuts, milk and sugar. I only need some water, so kiss me easy, keep carry mix, eat a bio,
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Soakings are easy. This advert is
EchoBank mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EchoBank mobile, they make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. EchoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EchoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EchoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EchoBank. King promise.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who then yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract and so say. Me feni na and kwadan rocksters. Unso wo kromo pan. What you won saying?
The contract and one nimnia ko. Ghana had here a ban of quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet papa and one cadia. Assume Ghana for.
And can you say animal dear in so a boy
near the foodiachi nanko todi bon in net Sundachi. Fre 0544 338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters. Now one chowun to.
New Kivo Hot Pepper Powder. This advert is FDA approved.
Frustrated with outdated banking experiences? You deserve an app that makes your life easier, not harder. Say hello to the CBG mobile app, your new cool way to handle everything banking. With biometric security, lightning fast mobile money access, and one-touch bill payments, banking has never been this smooth. Stop imagining when you can live a life where your entire banking world is in your pocket, ready whenever you need it. No stress, no fuss. Don't settle for less. Experience a more superior, convenient way of banking today with the CBG mobile app. Banking made cool, fast and secure. Welcome to the good life. CBG. We stand with you.
What's better than your bestie? A bestie who brings the hottest blockbusters to movie nights, keeps the kids smiling with the funniest cartoons, and never misses a goal. That's GoTV Stream. Your soapies sorted. Your football live. Plus cartoons, movies, and more. No extra costs. Just internet and an active GoTV subscription. Your shows, your vibes. Your anytime, anywhere bestie. GoTV Stream. Download it today.
When I day home and want something quick to chop, everything day inside, groundnuts, milk and sugar. I only need some water, so it's made easy. Keep carry make eat a bio, chop anywhere. Eat a bio, keep carry for your office. Morning house, keep carry everything day inside, groundnuts, milk and sugar. I only need some water, so it's make easy. Keep carry mix, eat a bio.
Give a 4-in-1 Gary mix. Soakings are easy. This advert is
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen
On Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Sempanado, binebano, biba, binebano,
Obinie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu awo mene sempa, de brane mamba, Obi, sum.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasoguso a wutie no ma ye na asene ma mu nyina akwaba ensan emfa momra Ekosiisen dwume medical catcher mo say de yen discussion segment no ebe hyehye so Dr. Okoboy and Ananaya Jantoa would be here doc abe cancer that ye hwe nim se Ananaya Jantoa ebeba but wonim say one thing that happened in parliament and then when it's the minority members in parliament STG walkout into before say honorable Atoforson best start here ready mid-year fiscal review policy, you know, their minority for the walk here out at the petition. Ekokoma, His Excellency the President, Ewo Jubilee House on electoral violence. Koso Ewo elections, more and all of that. Inti, a member of the minority, Abekansa Ewo Studio, Honorable Gloria Owusu, Oko Probu Constituency, Ewon Kran ha ono, and the MP, Ewo Honorable Akwaba net saying
Obi, Nyame Adom now so
Adom, Bibi Ayaboko.
Nyame Adom, Yehoye pa mighty minority, Yeho.
Na ene na more planning that say budget review na Minister Deba na muntine mubi.
Obi, meda was na machia trouble constituency for nyina. Media me hu ne se budget bia na euro to forcing ebe kind of parliament. Na media me hu ne se statement as member of parliament bia ye statement e floor no statement keke. Ena obeye no e parliament we me hu budget bia because me hu addition ku bia obeka ya wanwa. Inti we nye na ohwe ena minority a ye parliament ene ye sorry ye chief whip yera anodom pressure sorry, yes, and so make a statement to be our floor of the parliament and yera aban babin emanatia CSA. The BCC and the baby ready budget in say you are Nadia will walk on no waka. Yes, so you shen your ma air course will my violent in your ma obi a course so 19 polling station ewa blikuma no for pet na security entimi and provide enough security ama ablekuma de je ye maame ha wakumsen oba besia a yetimi de oba to fom tietia na yase ehuri gina oba so since I wo me ba wiase mi hu se be me bi atu akosoro abo oba hwefom da senie esiye na me de na me free se efia Schwarzenegger wo kontokwa ne na se na abaga no se dien o because mentiase nti ye ma ye hu se no ensem we see ye nyina obi obeje de se excellency John Dramani Mahama violence course wa blekuma nofu nyina ye papa ye ntimi meka ho hwe nti minority for ye adwen se ye wura babin entie ya asemo de a ene e bebo court parliament na yakwa present ye petition e de ama excellency John Dramani ma ya fa ne se bia de course no se bia na so asi wante ebi so na ye ne fa so the day how kumsen e wa blekuma nof because obi this is the time e was say e ma ye amanyosem de bia me ka me say ya asem areho ya asem emmobo wo hwe parliament ye wo 276 constituency e ma e wo parliament ye only 41 pe na ma ye be yes it's only 13%.
Oh, okay.
And our parliament na sema ye be ya manyosem na bema etimi de wo ba to fomu tietia na ya se bono na president awoda ya no so wonka hwede a tie na ya de petition ye call ye so
the vice president akasa
Vice President Akasa Nenso we expect to say the president, the first gentleman of the land. O mining nyina shanensa other MPP, CPP, DPP, any political party bia no ye ni se o megina ya nem no ka onka bibi na on condemn ablekuma nofo no eye excellency John Dramani Mahama ye na adwen se ablekuma nofo nka ho asem tie na ye the petition ekoma eko Jubilee House ye call ye no
na mo de ma chief of staff
ebeje ye ye wie ye ya mananso ho a ye sako all the ambassadors ni nyina wo mu DM no so ye de call ne ho ma wono so ye petition no e kan de ekoso na enye just petition keke ne call ye videos ni nyoma nyina ye de agu pen drive so a ya ko present ni nyina e de ama wo mo se o mo nhwe me gide se ensi why fiti chine koso no other areas a ye de bibeko nyina no ye de beko obi e wo se ye condemn violence wo Ghana because 19 polling stations ye ntimi anhwa so ye ye ba beko akwati which is 200 plus polling station eno ne ye betimi ahwe so ana me no mi enu nyina so nim ye mra to was say on 2019 Parliament pass mra say yes metro mine for ye ko election ni nyina ye njai ba ye nnuano NDC for there and now we share placards in your mind. I say stop beating women, stop beating woman. Just say, Emma, and on person would ye nim a ye form. Then so be said, be me be our year, be me be our near bar, be me be our mammy, be me be our bar or woni fee. And to say, Emma, yan sorry, na yan condemns our violence, our air coso, titu, Obibaka say, and how a kumsen, ye be wa caswa, and Obi. Say ye can say, or dear will be ye na, anye ye ninchese, a china will be quiet. Dia obi ye na anye ye no nche obi se ka se ye ko baka ebisi aya waso ye nkwohwe talent by election ye nkwo ne ye nkwohwe tai enu na onim se ye wo fi bi ka se mekire obi bi kitwa bi wo atiwa die nti na ma ye ka sa me atiwa by election na me wo me dwane me na mu mrika enti enne ye petition edi ko ye nyina no ene ye sa se galamse eno so wo ye petition no obi galamse enne ufri kumase ba greater Accra na se ufri nkran kumase a ene galamse no road e kwan ni mfimfin na ye tutuo and no one him say excellence and chance ye ne but ye ban ye John Dramani Mahama and now call Galamsey site at the microphone in Kasa ya buy naba ya buy naba ya buy naba ntinya wan say ne ye John Dramani Mahama no wan kasa ni fie ye bale bombo ye tu Galamsey e wo ho bole bombo ye tu Galamsey wo ho
say regional minister no asoma mo ready where you nkofo ni nyina free ho
obi na yentu mie nipa ne nkonkoto ansa no akọ yi obi hwe ye ma okay ema ye wo gidie say obi in the next 100 years na wini ho me so in the next 100 years na mini ho doctor so in the next 100 years na ebi awrade ato ne nsa afre ye nyina generation na wo mu ba na esaben na ye twa ato ho ene wo enen kola ekosku nyine jai rural communities no mu nyine jai ye Galamsey all because say omu benya sika afrimu enti obi ene Galamsey ene yetu ni kromfefi kwa nyina mu kohwe ufa kwan ho a Galamsey obi bebuza sa ama penso de be eno nti na Ghana for to wa beti a ye binsi da in the Ghana history of politics a Ghana for to wa beti a ye a omuama NDC for majority in parliament say omuma so asani omanano na president nankasa na chese obi di ankrofo keka se Galamsey for gigi sika toka e ma ye John Dramani Mahama eya akoye nokre esanse unsura de mferi ade ye wo bebi aye mu ne se krama imu ade kra na enye bolegajum na se mu unsura de mferi ade a president mu a ekura wo free mu no eho na mokọ akotu Galamsey enye se kro ni mu no ankasa ni fie kire ni fie ne fence wo na chi ene yetu Galamsey ni wo ho
you need evidence
obi
se me musa o se mo petition na mo de come diplomatic call ne ade no mo se omo nya dan na mfa ho
omo de come awon ne se omo wa ha omo represent omo countries omo man e wa ha omo ye no omo nyina na wo man ni mu a ye bu o man no enti ye de ka kire wo se omo mrem violence ne nioma ma ye bu wo mo a ya ka ya no atuma ye butuo a police fo gina ho no omumre mu no omumbekasa enu nti ne de sa petition ne ko ne Galamsey na ese yensuo na obewo akola na rush segu no obewo akola na ne ninye yenye nsuo no mu no enu ho petition ene ye de koma president di bi ko ho nyina se diplomatic call ne se omonhwe na saa ne oma we nyina no yenka ho asem obi ensam ha wo krom ho na ye rato forcing
e se mo anya kwaye ntimi antie media budget review
debi mi entie mba me take mu ba na me hu se wo ye interviews me tie wo de kakra
because I think ade ba ko a wo ye oba me giri se wo kojom na ade ba ko standing out from the presentation ne se onya nioma bi a Ghana for title wo jom a o kire ye ema ye nyina ye hu se abafom for example se o hwe nioma a obobo so na o se ofa sugar esichire olonka ose January ya na ye 50 Ghana cedis sisi ya about 44 Ghana cedis se wofa emu royal aroma emu 25 kg no ose January na ye 650 Ghana cedis ene ababe 385 Ghana cedis ofa 25 liters cooking oil anwa ye de no aduane na ye 980 cedis in January sisi about 640 offer iron rod say 9,400 see about 7,500 offer Jenny paint bucket na baako a na 120 see about 95 offer a bro bottle baako na 1,006 see about 1,450 offer yas sanitary pad na 25 cedis see about 15 cedis offer abe olonka baako eno say no say eye 40 Ghana sisi about 25 cents clearly no aban nioma mo de agu akwana ma amanfo no nya so mfa so nioma bo aba fo modum
obi meda wase yera to forcing or ye minister but me mpese meka se we twantro o se cooking oil 25 liters no
yes.
January na ye say
o se eno January na ye 980 Ghana
obi enye no kre mese enye no kre
na January na
obetimi asoma omrantie ya wonu omo ye adwuma ya omo akodnima ana se market here wo machia ne akobusa onim say me business woman.
Yes.
Oil 25 liter of oil me December me supply ni 680 December ya me wo receipt wa ha me de ma me customers a December ya last year December me supply ni 680 you rat to forcing walkeka rice no say royal aroma ne we no about 385 na man to say you rat to forcing e kan body ebo ma plantain man to say okane bo man to say ye rat to forcing e kan bayere a eye yam ebo ye ebibifo ye di ye krom aduane because say ye believe say ye culture any ya mane any ya fade eye nokre me ti we obi eto ye aduane a me pepa me menda bia enne se wo kokrom obi a wo tie me bia se ye mfa politics na se ye ka nokra kire ye ho a enne plantain bode wo pe bia to a 3-4 yetini 100 Ghana cedis.
Body.
Me na me catch them. Me see 100 Ghana cedis. Oh, pakesia. Obi, me see odi yese ye the politics ton China ye bie fidie na tum ama etie force ye nkyere ya adwene ne wo ye oba time na wo krankola 5 na wote ukrankola 5 fote kantamanto a ene apema mpesi kura wontimi mobi ni esanse plantain boa ye den man to say ye rato force and eka tomatoes bo
na tomatoes nka ho
na tomatoes bucket e ye sen wo market yanka say ye local food na ye dua na ye say ye promote ye local no aduane no man to say ye rato force and ebobo yanka say local food ne bo
Jane
Obi mama nka bibencho no kraya baako Jane e woni season nie
Jane
yes ye woni season ye bia no ye wo season ani bo be ye den ye wo season ani bo be ye den e be ye fo since January abode bo plantain bo be ye den till this time ene fufu yanka say local food fufu wuntimi nwo no wadi because as a one
abebo aba form enti abese
na abenu didie na bedie
40 cedis about 25
obi abenu didie na bedie abenkwan ne die na wudi bedie man ti se wo kan fish bo man ti se ye rato forcing e kan fish bo
na se na ontimi mbo nyoma nyina
ontimi mbo ni enti na me expect senka obeka yanka se ye local food no ye local food obeka anye bia bayere and na wotam bayere baako bo na wo se wo pepona baako bo a 80 cedis 100 cedis na wo your bad time na wo krankola 5 wo krankola 6 na wo se wo bob bayere mpesie ni wo made na obi wo nkra 700 to 800 Ghana untimi mbo bayere mpesie ni
da be ende
obi eti ye me se ye for politics in tonchen ye for politics in tonchen ni ye nka no kra nkyere ye ho ene obi afidie ni tumo obi abeka bayira ni body bo edin enti ka me expect ye rato force say ye local food no beka adan one ka cement and cement boy ye saying obi and cement boy ye saying share it is a time I was see a can of credit tray it is a time I was see a can of credit tray
so emma you see a sanitary pad 25 cities here about 15 cities
brand bay
I say yes.
Okay. Yes. But anya no kre obi.
Yes, and so nya.
Oh, obi. Me se mo de market wa he machi he ya. Mumusa ne bo. E ya politics no dey ye, but reality ne e wo form. E bi ni se wo ka dollar enne, ukọ Bank of Ghana, mo na wo dollar rate but abochi wo na wo dollar. Bank of Ghana rate 10 point something. Upa frame me black market abochi a wo dollars sisi a wo pe $10,000, wo pe $20,000 obenye bia ma sisi a 13 point something. And na sefa boy ye saying. Obi sefa boy ye saying. Enti ye se maye hu ne ekoso na mo nkyere nyoma mo nkyere Ghana fo. Na ye hu because want me be kan kya say adan no be kan royal aroma one ka se gino rice one can other rice be as royal aroma and and Bryce ne kura ebi wo wa ne bo from chain Royal Aroma ebi ye 220 kra but adan one beka Gino Rice one beka Uncle Sam one beka SIC one beka sa CIA one beka sa rice so na Royal Aroma nko an obeka ne bo adan na yanka se ye local rice na ye si ye nwia wa ha no one beka ye local rice bo and the local rice boy is saying local rice boy is saying local rice boy is 650 5 by 5 nyanka say local rice na you see yendi na 650 me boa tie fo nkasa me boa enti wo bi yeah say you promote Africa na you promote Ghana yanka say local we no ehun asem na wo say yeka
very well when yeah do adwin check akra we budget na ho me final way because said now we can 13% ma in the parliament one other promise ma be na share nim na ye the women's bank the last budget statement no minister no HR 51 million say omodi be sa women's bank no now we hwe say we bete ho asem bi wa na
obi sa women development bank issue me ankasa my petition free Monday ko me de be ko presidency obi unim say 2024 abaye koto ye Ghana fo gidie abobroshi market for pokuase market for your friend is saying Malata market for wo share of anko market for gidie wo munyan wo NDC mu ene excellency na jay mu koto aba e man say the women development bank eba obi meboa na nempese mi bisa wo pesa wo establish bank asika sign na wunya na ade establish bank e wo Ghana
bank 400 million
e na almost omo ama ye say
budget make
51 million and na Ghana ma your population nyina no na wo see wo divide 51.3 million na ye rato forcing ene John Dramani Mahama e de ma ye so mo di be bie women's development bank na oba bia benya force di 50 pesos oba bia benya force di 50 pesos obi hwe mamen kan okren fancho e ma ye ble e ma ye huna mane Obebia benya force the 50 pesos divided.
Consumption and I'm using for savings.
Just say yanim. Enti
yen calculating the simple.
Oh, obi, adan yen calculating the simple. No. Say ya chamo obi a say wo say e man nyina wo say wa bie bank no. Na man nyina ye momu nko bank nko gi loan na mekwa sika e betimi di ama me aye force the 50 pesos. Obi force the 50 pesos o meba maame abnampo ne serilaka wodi na day eyesen obi MDC for ye rato forcing ebe share ye boka share say in the year 2025 omo be establish women's development bank July end August mu ne yakoi obi daben na women development bank no eba and ne pokuase market obi se ma Gloria me koto abane ma NDC echese minim se wo mu bay oba me benya 5000 bi e dia ye bodwa nanso force the 50 pesos obi me petition ye ra excellency John Dramani Mahama
say onya den
me your ba me ma me ne cans or say practice what you preach practice what you preach sebi ye ma nimbe ye kontomponi adada sem mo se 2025 mo be establish women's development bank
because say omo ka say 51 million no the initial capital omo for bank no I think the question should be say what kind of bank and now omo envision with that promise because a commercial bank say the enim ne dia ube here 400 million
so
our response ni yenyan say bia ye
obi omo ankasa bebie microfinance na ama ema o omo say commercial bank omo ankasa savings and loans omo ankasa se moto abane ma ye ba ye the savings and loans na bebo omo ankasa moto abane ma ye the rural bank na bebo o se moto abane ma ye be establish women development bank in the year 2025
Okay.
Say August eko. Your friend is in July ko August mu ni ebewura no. Ye wura August mu aka how many months na year na ko na wie ye. Yesre ye Rajon Dramani Mahama.
Okay.
Eni da so eni enkransha sema wo ka kire Ghana fo ma emo mu di ntoma bo wo mu yam to wo mu party ya MPP for there mu se ye ba aban mu no ya meye de ye gitum ye nioma bebre wo ho a ye be ye ne appointees ni bebre wo mu nioma bebre wo mu ye ya amfa kwan mu tuna mu to abeti aye ya gi atum ye se ye tifie ye pese ye mistakes na ye correct ne ye ba na emum ye wo parliament se ye be check sa majority for no amomo aye de senefata enti me ye oba ne de me si women development bank
e was
eba enya no nko a obi se what say excavator bi ayela wo kromu ha
se eno no minister ba be kase bibia enyirai
minister no wankasa
honorable
na no na form ye wankasa
the odi excavator no ko see any say kind ayira information Jubilee House tell my minister no CEO no arrest galamsey no ka ho mami na wa she anti langa channel
obi 33 excavator no meje no hana bisi ho
ewo kwan ben so
wuti wei me di ade ama se kipu ade ne mami ade ne wo custody na me beje na ase ayera
na so no wanfa ade na nkofi
oni ko he
odija obi e wo so
say ye state ne je no hana bisi wo na hana bisi so aje ne woni pakro ho okay so de me be court ba 1 month ni court no mfa me nko men
o person de wo court
enti excavator ni women di me so Rajon Dramani Mahama na da Roma me sere no women development bank omanemra any 33 excavator ni de mani de akire pa
honorable me na say member of parliament for the Trobu constituency here in the Greater Accra region the honorable Gloria Owusu and Motene Nkano ma yenhwene yentoaso ye discussion segment na ebrem said ye kan akano nana ya jantoa will be joining us honorable Gloria ebeja yen ho akọ nana ya ababa betena se na afei Dr. Bernardo Kuboy ewa hadada ma mema na kwa aba doka kwa aba na etesen
obi nyankopa adom ye ho ye
da nyame ase bibi ekoyi
nyame adom sisi ya
good
president ni finance minister na control cedi ni dollar de bebo mpa mo na se na mo pe no on pe so mo ye no o mo ye wia eno nye de ewo fom men ko ba ni se president ni feeling say ope dollar no at maybe 11
between 10 and 12
but ono asset ni 11 no na uko e bi dollar no wo be hia no na bi on am 14 na say me bra penyi edu asare na why frustrated say indro aye import ba o my we mu no prices no nko for
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
O kan sa na me kan me economics lecture basic lectures who draw demand ni supply curve na e bi o mu hia no na the price they call it the invisible hand na Adam Smith say sa invisible hand no who tries over control you from the top as a politician e be free unsem market na be determine enti obi nyame na yebo no mpa so we ma yenkwa na de besibia ni so de be film ye wa adesua mu say president NDC de eco school say okacha so betima na echi odidi levy 2 so a wa won say ni nyina yesu ade enti nyama ne bebre but let me maminda wasi for the opportunity.
Very well. Into Dr. Bernardo Kuboy and Motene Nkano. Mamimfa we mu entwem na afei yetumi in nkomo na ahyehye so. Mesrɛ wo se wutie na wa adwenkyra 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 yen WhatsApp number and on into a message ubetime dia faso abre na unim se on the 25th of July which will be Ochena
Ekosiisen
na
On
25th July a World IVF Day na Accra Fertility Center a subsidiary of Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital Omode a special discounted consultation fee aba. A free ene aminemo kasei till the 15th of August. From today till the 15th of August, where a special discounted consultation fee ena omakofa ede aba. Na the omo Kenya say utia just 299 Ghana cedis. No book your appointment with the experienced fertility specialist. In the appointment fee near just 299. A born F for papa. Oba, some of the best fertility specialists you would have anywhere in the world. And our Baba Beto Ewo Accra Fertility Center. Whether you are just starting your fertility journey, looking for IVF services or an expert advice, this is the perfect time. In the modern Nebra Accra Fertility Center. Now, Oba, your expert care, your state of the art technology. And our fees, we assess some affordable access. Into consultation fee, you to say who 299 Ghana this pay. Now when you acquire
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Don't miss this limited time offer. Book your appointment today and be part of the journey of hope, healing, and new beginnings. Accra Fertility Center, your number here 0501 577 568. In this one wo yere ewo ho awo ho asema ye den kakra e dia mamoa, you need to visit the Accra Fertility Center. Omo number ni bio 0501 577 568. Omo website medifemhospital.com medifemhospital.com na okoho a obitma schedule consultation ewo ho. Accra Fertility Center, where dreams of parenthood comes to life. Enti obeshan and swamayin. Sound so enamoa moye bosumi adwuma. Enti we adwuma boni friend salaried worker. We adwuma yetua wo ka bosumi. And so we SME owner, small to medium scale enterprise. They be we bodwa adwuma or shop ketwa bi or convenience store bi tonioma wo table so kakra and I say udidwa e wo dwom or Malata Market, or Makola, or Madina, or Kaswa Ejum, na wutieme. Na opesika bi de twa sika bi e de share dwumanima minimum
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Blue Financial Services aba e de amount. Omo de fe no blue loans. A very fast, a flexible, and a affordable financing. O se tua sikane back e de amaya omre kra. Interest rate no form. It's tailored to meet your needs. Inti blue loans are blue financial services there by there. Me pacho oya bosumi adwuma otonwade oya SME owner mesrew ko also no long queues, no stress, just the support you deserve when you need it most. Fre 0303 968 196. It is 0303 968 196. Obetma send you on WhatsApp messaging so 0501 609 958 0501 609 958. Send one message nebusa say Blue Financial Services ni kacha won say what say obi ebo won hu dawro na uhia loan e de ahye wadwumam uhia loan e de atwa wo ho wo ye bosomi oje bosomi yaketua na bosomi ni chem na bia sikasem na kwatwe uhia loan bi e de aye nioma ofre won a ombeboa wo. Blue Financial Services
On Asempa FM.
In blue, trust in blue. Omo ye adwuma pa. Sounds so na this year 2025 unim se enche ye de Absa Black Star Marathon no bremo. The Absa Black Star Marathon enti Independence Square and the Yenina Yishia Mimin the Absa Black Star Marathon 6 a.m. near Shasye Ubia Eko Independence Square. Ain't whether you are chasing personal glory, running for your health, or telling your story with every step, don't miss your chance to be part of Ghana's premier marathon event. Categories no endorse. You have a full marathon, no, 42.2 kilometers. A mema, and a racing wheelchair. And you have 10 kilometers run, jog, and a walk, and a wheelchair category. So in the channel so ubetimi still register oko blackstarmarathon.com and as o dial star 713 star 33 star 22 hash star 713 star 33 star 22 hash na unso wetimi register kama na de wo ho no de ho ahyem na prices at stake no wetimi enyebi. No excuses, no delays. The finish line is waiting. But first register. Absa Black Star Marathon. Your story matters. Enti ebeko ye papa. Memin de nimi ya. Ghana's biggest marathon event. Absa Black Star Marathon is sponsored by Absa Bank Ghana, Glyco General, KEK Insurance Brokers, Silver Star Tower Limited, Japan Motors Ghana, Sunseeker Stores, Twisco, partners no your call print, BNFT, New Times Corporation, Ghana Athletics, Ghana Tourism Development Company, National Sports Authority, and a Ministry of Sports and Recreation, and a Drake Relays. Omunyina airboying and the day the Absa Black Star Marathon afidie no yetumi ede abramuntu. But modern say odo ho behim na bibia etumi akoye. Ekosiisen so ne higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Medical catchem say Dr. Bernardo Koboy abe cancer e studio hadada. Ye hwe nim say nana ya achempem jantoa enso baba be kan yen ho.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Ye den komo no etumi ahyehye so. Yentie we emra ye ba ye toa so.
Feel lonely, feeling sad. Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a wotie no ma ye na mo ase ne yensan ma munyina akwa aba bi omidi ndi Osei Bonsu from you be make say Dr. Bernard Okoboy ewo studio amo messages no mo betimi e de abrayen 0548443523 na yaje mre akan the Amamwe said, Obi, good evening. What the finance minister said about onions cannot be true. My girlfriend is into onion business. Obi, she sells one paint rubber at a price of 105 Ghana cedis. Obi, governance is not about propaganda. I'm taking Rashid. Now I'm taking. Why should we believe? Also, they also okay. We say, Obi, good evening. I think the NPP MPs are behaving hypocritically. It sounds better when said in Chi Nyatrum. And that's irritating to say the least. For the 8 years they were in power, we witnessed these violence in elections, and I never heard the then President Akufo-Addo condemning same. So if President Mahama is also not saying anything, why the noise? In Chi, there is a proverb I like. Now they are at the receiving end, so the whole world must hear. When we cried and asked then President Akufo-Addo to declare state of emergency because of the damaging nature of Galamsey, he did not do it. Their behavior is making them unpopular by the day. I've said many times that this kind of politics we are playing by these two major parties will lead this country into the abyss. Charles Quating or Adenta Odie Enono Yedase. Obi, this is exactly the kind of budget Ghanaians have been yearning for, one that truly reflects the pressing issues affecting citizens across our country. What stands out for me is the finance minister's revelation that we have saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis in domestic interest payment as of end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. This is a clear sign that the government is beginning to prioritize fiscal discipline and responsible governance. Musa Abattoir Yedase Papa for your message as well. Mamema Dr. Okoboy Emrem, and then I'll get back to your messages again. Yes, Doc.
Obi,
the statement has been delivered. Finance Minister Kasawiye. What impressions, me pacho?
Obi, first of all, Mamenda wasi minia jipase Ekosiisen say yeba we ko Ashanti region.
Yes, nyame adoma ochna.
Because
we'll be live from Kumasi.
Me na me cry and say na nkofo ejiji me su say oh doctor me tie wo obi ho. Me dru Kumasi a obi anka hwe. Ti me hu say Kumasi for the Ekosiisen omum ti o. Enti chia me ti say mo call na me say obi. Enti me call sa obi anjiji me so obi anjiji me so. Enti me ma mo congratulations.
Sure.
Na my sister Dokuya, Honorable Dokuya,
former MP.
Yes, former MP. Yes, Ekopim. Ekropon. Okay, yeah, that's Ekopim North. Yes. Isiama, your Parliament now mid-year. She was my very, very good friend.
Oh, okay.
Until any birthday.
Wow.
Until in fact, Obi, Matnao sa Sisia, Yebabe ye Bianini, Kibab Nini Amana, Dominic Frame say, Min Kai say, me was shoes. And I'm so Obi. Politics here sacrifice now sacrifice be yeah it me be nyina no mamuna sa me dru ha na masisa meni enti honorable Dokuya ye man happy birthday na me share honorable Eugene.
Okay,
Eugene
Boachi entry.
Yes, no ho.
Oh, okay.
Na
Asempa FM
party no odo wo ho.
Okay.
Ekugo no na ma ye nisu ebri kakra. Na me can be say enche things would improve. Eti me kasa me di my party for the be say abutere. Now sometimes nyakupo na ema be too so that also be share wo niam bi na why improve. Obi maka we onim say o show we international. Eti mo Canada.
Yeah, more in Canada, sure.
Canada any ni executives na Toronto mi che omo. Na New York nso very powerful.
Okay.
And ranking member Yanchana.
Oh,
Belgium and so be asem. Obi ma kind we no. Let me just quickly say yeah conference no ko yi. Na nipa ba ko a me ni gi no ho. Ohwe na ho keka any commitment ni selflessness na Henry Nana Boachi.
Yeah, Nana B.
Oh, Obi Oma in fact only ni nyanu executives nyina but nipa o hwe ne glasses a wa hye any ne up and down on say obi boy juma rough hey commander now friend was me chairman in fact delegates nyina free all parts of the country nyankopon hira omo onzo mo kire odo Greater Accra Miami Nkrofo mo so kire odo na me hwe de ekoso me hu say akonyara be tontina e wo ma ye pre kakra na ase no odo na eden e wo ho enti mesre party for omo mo frɛ o doctor na den ekoso yi akonya be to idie man sha kra akonya be to the last time girigiri ba ho kakra na nanya tira akonya no so no na ho nyina edi enti e bompa ye se nyam be boa yen na makai ma minda omo musubu a funding of the conference obi say former appointees nso ye twabo mai eti obi
was mo de kakra ko
yes me de kakra ko tia to account no mo ba o hwe de ebi mu ti say Dr. Baumiani Honorable Kennedy Japan ni Honorable Bra Champon ni omo wosoro no o hwe de mo ya obi mi kam de na wan hwa me say media grow kroma na nso mi sumi tu ebi na ebi mo menim gra enti me do mo ase obi yesi bibia ye fe no ye de na ye scan ye enti nyame nhyira won me body me bompa say obi a wa kaso person di president or a party nyankopo e ma no nkwa na eni ahoden na ontimi nkyere de person onye party for enhwe entie na omo amfa omo adwen enkyere ni pa obetimi ide alidi party me wo gidie say close to 300,000 delegates na say one be vote no say majority can say enko ha sa ha no na nyankopon e kire say enko media makache order say as chairman as obia me person mean leading the party in Greater Accra no one mistake I mean ye ni say me pre say o me wa ha ana me wa ha because ye wie a nipa e be suma no say doctor ko pa we fie fa no ko bon komo say ni chita ni chita
the supporters
na omumba on board no ebe me na sebio me ye gidi eti obi na eche Osman mfia wan hwa na wa wini no na wa adwuma wa kra na ayedin enti all I will say is that yemfa odo enye and maka wa about affirmative leadership. Affirmative leadership is a style of leadership you intentionally mention the strengths of your staff or your team. Now, Obia Obe mention the strength, just only weakness. It's a style of leadership. Not behind the scenes, you work on the weakness. No. And the Obia who started this, Obe who say, Nipa said, always problematic or organization or one or two strengths. Now, psychologists have done research and showed that when you continuously mention the strength of someone, indirectly, they start to work on their weaknesses. Because they themselves know, say, other one, what shadan a won boss who work dream. Nti obi me ka we na asebusua no ya ye niam yie na oye oniam yie na NDC bono troka adom be kan ope chese 2 minutes sisano no obi niam 3 and ekre power wow self and in-house organization and the performance or underperformance of nipa ye di 2 minutes amano no and the last one the grace of the Almighty, because unless he builds the house,
the builders will build, but they build in vain.
And it's better for the watchman to sleep when he's not involved in the wakekeeping. So Obi say I don't be kanwa na bibia ayi. Now Obi who can be about budget. The mechanic say politicians they was saying kai say increasingly no Ghana near OTA ye was Asempa wie omo ye very very discerning. Increasingly no omo nam street no so mokola mba no mokola mutie ewie a omo ko yine ma o China teachers are sebi omo de omo re share promises of NDC mu sebi omo tie won SHS students are nana Kufado ni MPP Adaroma omo nya free SHS now so omo ko tie about single track promise any aduane asese ebe improve all those people no yen kai say omo ye very very alert into the two mema wa hweye na wa hwe de o kan so na wa ye na o kan say oral obi operation recover all loot Chese de ya wie bia na de ya na ukwa kwa de ukwa fa aba. Na ube ka wei na Ghana need to me maw. Na sebio ye so air condition go hu. Na ye talk maw na afede o start ka se o. Obi awia 1 billion. Krata chese wa 1 billion. Now so the 600 million Ghana cedis aba. Nti say e kasa idea. No so onko fie. Obi o hwehwe tumi no o si obi a wa wis ka no go eden okoche ene minister to me throw letter say me mindful papa wey sika bi yira under the watch around the company krata o chese no court but krata bi ya sign chese say yetimi gi 60% a otimi kofie se bi ekodi di aka no na obi lawyers must see the spirit
and the letter especially of statutes and laws and regulations. Obi, the spirit behind that 60-40 no Mikai, the spirit was that obi oha ni any super we do on the company no sebi o we discounting na o pe wanga na kra unya den onya sebi oni asset bia enti se wa hwe we mu nyina won say we are down flat na odi nu ko tejela one share 1 out of 1 billion ye nya even 10,000 Ghana cedis a eni de say o sisan o tonu hu niama e tonu shoe sebi yenye sa ba ko tonu mama ni papa na ni nyina ko su 600 million dia ye see eni e bi o duru no eni ma wa mo anka de edi ko from flat no Ghana mine what imagine 600 million eden amaye. That was the spirit because there are times who liquidate a company who show more assets now the and recover unyashi but who be eye or how kakran so ni say nipa no so aye ka say on kofie no mfa kakran bra no ndi kakran no nipa no sa ewo mo manyo how do you call it, your political party amanyokom obi me okoboy me a politician I'm in anti-form obi me ba tazia na me share jacket because my say we show no international obi na samamba ha me share pam ntoma na ma share me jeans is a boots nkwa na mito shoe a enti me fancy o mo me share enti me conform enti Ghana ni a oti okobo ha say papa we no ka NDC for okamo ho no ye flag bearer aspirant sebio time o campaign na no na odika or quarter yedi ni di o mani ni so won fa esika nye den e mayen obi na mo be duru aban mu a obi a waka kire Ghana fo nyina se sika hia ye o na mayi sika bia e wo no obi de court kra agya to makrata a kire se odi e ka no o si odi sister aba enjoy den on kofi na ade ba ko so ha adwun se ye kasai se bi o eji o yemi senior brother brofo be ka say without any disrespect ye kasai niam ko be kire se sika se no odi aba no obi
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
o say un krata kire se ampa odi niam a etsurubo 60% na den aba and sana kra ya start yesu about the 40% obi 24-hour economy ka politician why promise ni saka 2 minu air condition ni ka kasienti ni re ya fi nipa na o tiem sese no obi ye pomani yi na politicians say an hwe yi an hye ni ama e be drum level bi member police wo o ka say o ye politician obi an gina kwan hwe wenim obi 24-hour economy ye bisa NDC say what is the 24-hour economy budget we ma hwe mu nyina still me hu omusi NDA 24 nim obi ye bisa NDC say 24 year o campaign 80% Asempa na bo mama 24-hour economy obi ye bisa mu say na assembly ni gina so ni emu nsem ye den omusi o one definition one 3 yes ejuma bia sese wo Ghana ha especially abai mu ejuma no one shift in fact one job 3 shifts 3 people obi
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
chese uko judiciary registrar sese ayakasai all high court 1 na ejuma no upon 5 Ghana ni for bad duty at 5 o'clock. Now upon another 1. From 5 to 1, we'll be kaya 8 hours. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 8. Na Ghana ni for
we Ghana near who tell me of fear. Say the NDC better message we no. Now omo say unemployment. Obi and you so no one said the biggest problem in this country is unemployment, especially youth unemployment. Now what can we ama bebunu e di GDA say oh manya kra my graduate am tire fie die any high court 1 register upon 5 between 1 and 5 and 1 meso meko ejuma. Now upon 1 to anapa 9 am so na third one anya ejuma obi na say uko ejuma uko high court ayebo 5 na obia akofie na NDC ba power ama ye bisa omo say 24-hour economy e dey obi omo the document o start kan no pa enumere na still unwie obi na Women's Bank there my sister aka enti I will not say much but briefly budget just came today obi me person mean some general things sebi for this country to move forward obi me dem can say Ghana first and we have to put our mind to obi my reading extensively on the story of South Korea.
Doc, me pacho answer na obeba sa specific things no. My main friend Trem say nana ya chempem jantoa is locked up in a meeting with Jubilee House. Enti anything ama ontimi emma ye no. But mene honorable Richard Achampon ono ye MP wo Bia East wo Western North region and oko parliament a majority side no or a deputy whip on the majority side. Minim so da so of finance committee ni so dia ma memusa no. Honorable Richard Achampo akwa aba net saying.
Ojo so me.
Mete wonka che papa.
Oja, the dia do de na you dey to agro no. The bit my ya ne che e be chena fi ni atiem.
No, unya mre kakra no wabo afa na me pa cho say oda so of finance committee ni so. Vice chairman of the committee. Fantastic. Inti, and yes, our colleague, finance minister, the budget statement, say budget statement, or the mid-year fiscal review statement, no Abba. It was saying, Otewana, Utie, the or Canana, Edena, Eranu, Utri, me pacho.
Toby, Mamma, and now I think here, one. What if I did a chauffeur in our account? What is a Dr. Kubai at one again? I do my Diana, we didn't minister here as I better us.
I shall not say what you want
to Obi and say wakata to follow by process no. Okay, and I wish you do. Your presentation on command no baby na compare say abino on your share effect the no and over the review a budget no. Abino entry contractors eka. Yes, there's a severe appreciation. They want to see the reflection on the lives of the ordinary persons on the street.
Asempa FM.
The big question I say now, to get the man who need you, but you see for the record, Minister Nebeno, one man request for any additional funding. Then, Minister, look at the catch that says the revenue target now of 226.1 billion. We're increasing to 229.9 billion, which is about 1.3%. The chairman said, policies and programs are this attitude of common. I mean, you have more revenue. It's all more revenue here. And so we increase other expenditure in line. So they are amount of burden, they benefit. And now, the idea so the Fiscal call a double one. It's about the or they call. Ghana for sure that Tomo. If none so your contractors my minister no, this is the first time I'm on payment abandon ya or any military in our budgeting. We refer to paragraph 74 up to 75 of the mid-year review document in our presenting. The minister took his time to work out through all the payments made.
Ekosiisen
And
On
Asempa
FM.
now, because I buy or was spending it now within 3-4 months, I also clear 2.9 billion on my data assembly common fund. Also contracted more. Even bonds of Mukwaji, obligations are not due, no, about $7 million. Domestic bondholders earn 10 billion Ghana cedis. Paper social security about 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. Energy sector, 9.1 billion. Arrears any anum just to what a contract of my year when Pia Cano. Or no corner a brand at 5 billion Ghana cedis. And yet, fresh commitment to a car abandoned the Nijayan. So 5 billion Ghana cedis. Get funds to car by a year 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Medication I will recoup the buy yes. I have Mama Cato Bobishim Canano. Sikaya transfer conquer 1 billion Ghana cedis. Health insurance
Asempa FM.
4.6 billion. A national health insurance claims and customer Absa and not the end the medical teaching company that don't quite 1.4 billion. That's 252 million.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
Application
FM.
card. I yet here and near to only 72.8 million. Leap 477 million. School fees in Akata 895 million. And what is a correctly a super made an enemy. And then Krano the year no more TikTok. And then the Ecosia, the DB, the dear Mokane, a common thing grand and then grandpa compass in the Betty. Which are by Papa and Abba. No fees rate. We kept 300 million and about the PM amount for a more echo a technical education, a multimedia, a more admission fee. This year is rating about 122.8 million. Teacher training allowance 191.7 million. Nursing training allowance 42.6 million. As some members are shown over to the Mokano. And maybe I'm saying one or 25 million Ghana cedis and a damn moment. National apprenticeship program 21 million. They catch a crap idea. A buy way in a nika in the egu. A buy as 22 billion Ghana cedis and the age and national. As there were about 900 employees. I think in the anoma also about 30.3 billion Ghana cedis for financial sector cleanup. Every year, my for banks good year, I'm not going to my bomb. About way, uncle of the banks, no. While I capitalize the bank, no, I'm in a bank in a solvent. I'm maintaining employment of 900 people. It is over to not about way within the space of 6 months. For years, there. Then the new idea will compare about way to obey it. And to be, making it to one, let me take you. And that Papa say, oh, baby. And now you have to top up ahead. Inflation, and I'm looking at 13.7% from 23. T-bills, and I was saying between 13 and 14%. Government don't have serious appetite for borrowing. It also said that the liquidity in the system of financial sector is not to make them. And the amount of crowd million the car, yes, they can be. And now, because people sending me to a bank, commercial bank. I'm afraid to one but next year, the top up. Next year, because they have enough reserves, you cannot buy any, so the private sector can also go and borrow and also start their own businesses. If you not appreciate it, you can't want some more. Because of that, we are making savings of 4.9 billion. Because this did not appreciate it. In the amount of debt payment tonight, then apart from interest on it, apart from no be. So won't pay we are dear pan I won't pay. I'm also inflation about from there. Except price of goods and services in your answer the ever from. And this straightforward for the economy. The actual method of inflation ever from us. The rate at which price of goods and services echo to little slow down. But don't the day no about reflecting our like by no to and I don't know who reflection. But many financial are taking the time. Near my boy, I go from the boarding in our so that editor. But that Ghana for business community, which I will say, the trauma. Gains in that I will make it no. almost on chance to my mom and them. I could call from Amagana for them. To me, I would say, change no motaba no. At least there's some benefit for it. It will be. They say, quiet that, Pano 7 months. And no quota petrol. And then people was on 17. At 2 was in 13, 14. 17 13 will be then over. 2014. Ekosiise would you become $10,000? Only have 17,000 Ghana cedis. And now that would get that. And the Taka Corona only have 10,500 Ghana cedis. Look at the savings. About my teacher to come about policies and programs to make it a neighbor environment. You know how much more for no than that or more. This is the government all of us waited for. It's a from more. Who the solution say, yeah? Opposition transfer, yeah? Yeah, 8 years. We know what it is. It's just a car bought upon here, oh, no, young that so burden or prayer than so do. And then a normal down would say, among among numbers, a more economy the way to quality, a month an hour, I could train about dorsal. And I'm beginning to war. A moment to maintain now. Now, I'm going to be answering now. The one cooking you 10 years run the year by election, I realize. And then a woman on the town was the more. 80 Obi, name a coy. By 100%. In your support to government to deliver on it Monday. Good board, the cover by any American once in Minana. Look at sending a good board at their Maya. I mean, good export of my any revenue government. A chain, the last good I manage a good company in it. A chain will say, put 2 words. Not the policy program, at all. The dividend will be there for all of us to see. Then let us pick. Any other rated agencies, like Ghana, and B, the positive outlook, they've seen the numbers. Everyone will say, they are banning and what money and oil. It's the OB. There's good news for all of us.
Very well. Now, me, Busasa, I will share minister list of spending in the last 6 months. I think almost all the items are listed in the statutory payment the argument has been made say reducing spending in the main budget in March or April by reducing spending by 10 billion cedis no as against how much government spent in 2024 no that is where the real issue is and nontina maybe mujina so aka say aban and spend it and yes unties kakra statutory payment will be paid but actual spending I reduce it by 10 billion no because then nankofo kan ho asema na
o ma me so magnet to aye educational infrastructure project about 70% equity na no get fund the hoka contractors no musi sada no omonya Ghana pro
Ekosiise On Asempa FM
na no ka say them you know Constituency and Peter member my band for 8 years and they are starting young woman. Into a bucket of 4.3 billion. I'm a get fund now. And yes, I'm going to for goods and services. They did a Canada band that than the guy honor. I'm almost square dining in a contract. I'm almost a contract. I'm almost a boost and other materials in Anna. I a contract in the they are contracted. Energy sector, I'm almost provided. Electricity man, I know what the band of time. Health infrastructure. I just come health insurance on the moment. I know what the man by time. It me who I'm say who put this a quite when yet here and also when yet and so one of the a quite from here in the Chauka. This is an American. They are contracted or my Juma with that commencement certificate. We need to validate it to make sure that contract, if I'm a contract, will be traded. What here? The marriage getting in a minute and so can want them. Then for old follow here.
Yes.
It is a buy audit. The wajatum. Meno can say a picture could be a media, okay, PFME in man. Third quarter payment, the best. You can't do third quarter payment without reviewing the budget. The minister no, and you are going to could be no, wait more committed on for any third quarter payment. The validation in no, if it's not go, wait made an etria. Contract can't do no with the cow hobbit metria. Other agencies come out of this time or more, hobbit metria. Look at say, common fund, I started the second quarter 2025. Arrears a bit 2022 to the 3 but the government is up to date. It has to say we mean business, Obi.
Very well. The question has been said sustaining the gains now, Minister Ekan Hoasem already. IMF has warned BOG say omo intervention in the forex market. No, I've heard the argument say monshare da implement a policy bia massa gains on the forex market. No, eba omo kasa. Was there something in this budget? A year policy are they about being implemented to sustain the gains in the forex market? Now they are
not ready
Asempa FM to learn what is happening, or there is usual propaganda. Gold board alone have provided 51.5 tons of gold. Gold board alone, and the export value is $5 billion. The gold board like $5 billion and that's one policy about the banner. I'm at $5 billion. They only put in $3 billion. That's one program. The look at this abandoning you the internet in the it's not here nor there. On your not say, oh, what you can't just a doctor to wait or name him before only by one of the intelligent persons you can find. But I did about this here at the chair of people to the party for Sabama. 13.8 billion and they allocated for big push. I don't know more about kick a road for to
yeah.
Or pay for the 2 years away in India. That's the carrying in Ano, the development road construction, rehabilitation, and upgrade. So we know what we want to do. It's not like a knee-jerk approach to the Ecoso. About not any decent appetite for borrowing. You can't spend what you don't have. If you the government is disciplined, not a fiscal consolidation in Ecoso, not pressure, money to the show, not see the Nigina, not the guy said, not to see the Nigina, they'll make it savings of 4.9 billion. Not a banning for the gun to Akuma. Thank a banner to say about that, or come at a combo here, or $58 million, Ekotramana, for a look up, or Bank of Ghana. Hey, she said, there's a final payment, a very income broke. Who could take $2 million more because of sky train, and never panic go Unnecessary expenditures, 1 year when you never know to me, I had the car. Also, a banner on your channel or for policy there, discipline air fiscal consolidation air so that management of resources, more savings on air
Okay.
So this is the government we voted for. So research agenda now has come to stay. Let's all support this administration so that all of us will benefit together.
Very well. Honorable, story it will run at least through next week. In the best way in Comobio. Why? Yes. Yes.
About spending 114.5 billion. Payments are better to consolidated fund. So I can tell that the government is not spending. It's my doctor.
Very well. Martin, Honorable Richard Asempa, that's a primary. Why? That's a member of Parliament for Bia East Constituency in the Western North region. On one society, Deputy Majority Whip in Ghana's Parliament, and Motesi and AD and Como. Doc, in the affair, the specifics are now per se who highlight me into you.
Oh, we mean that so. The. In fact, why me can say what me trust say why are we here?
Yes.
Politicians and our government, your main job ni say you be improve the living conditions of Ghana for. Now, then the living conditions say obi I know call hospital say be onya hospital ebe no and what's on to quite to do. Say be odru also onya doctor ni nurse any medical staff or made on me no. Ghana ni say be ekwadwuma and on to kwan wa car kwan no eye kama oba ko school asebi school no ehonye kama kakra na enye kama teachers obe kire no onye motivated a obe kira akora dia ama ochina obe nipa o nipa kese na obi ansa na obe we nyina no gise osikasem agina yi
Yes.
osikasem so gina yi a e wo se bi kro no odidi busumi nsia na ye twa unsa na moja ni nyina hwie for 1 week a one twa ebi a moja be kono ebe wo form chain time a we start say wodidi no enti apart from say ubeye sure say aso man no osikasem agina yi no ehia pa say ubehwe say sika ye nhwe sika unnecessarily ena the third one ehia pa say ubesi infrastructure niam ebema obia nanamontu market so okwakoya ade aba no ebekọ nenim akwaba obi. These are the essentials. I was say by now Ghana after close to 92 to now is how many years obi? I mean
30 something.
Yes, over 30 years. I was say yem pass hard in a budget obviously in toast bucket 800 Ghana memreso but say you know memreso about 650. Na Ghana ni otie ofu say those days na heading toast pepper kwame pepper yes and even kwame pepper mo use basket of tomatoes any jene no obviously say na o jenzi zo mo nam krom o shana o ko kire no kwa o bu Ghana ma ozi jene we onu kwa jene ro kwa bi on shiara process jene no shia sani amanu yenjai wa be kansem kese ti say 24-hour economy ama mbebru abuhwe adiwachia be kan budget house o na say jene come on, we have to get serious. What are the essentials? The essentials is to create jobs. Na nipa wo krom no enye no be ka che ni say seed na nya wondin also oni onu say no o di dwa na e den eko kama obi enti mesre the top generally no make about South Korea when all is said and done e was say as of mine no niama dudu a o use wo man mu no e was say sika o use edi e consume odi didiru ye niama no and was say sebi de odi to niama wa bonte no ana odi dijo abonte no and was say abonte de nya kase chen de o ye ofie. So for example sika ye di import oil sika ye di ton tare de every abonte niama no say use let's say 1 billion Ghana cedis e was say ye sure say use let's say 1 billion cedis. I was saying you say be here wa broche no ya use I was saying 1 billion.
Ekosiisen
Now because we are part of the world a ko dijo abroche enye cedis na di enti e was say umpe activities bia e ma abroche sika and no for the balance of payment situation. E was say unya abroche sika ni ama untimi nya okromo no I no enye fault e bia untimi like oil say na enya oil but until enya oil no you need this obe import oil. And was say unya enough let's say dollars, we see dollars or forex. And was say unya enough forex na from niama also di ma omo abonti so that uko to bibu abonti here say uko fa wa sika local ako pesa adi no sa sika na ide ato. Now before Beka say how do you improve on this situation? At the heart of the development is to make sure say niama odi ko abonti no shemoke na de okoton no. Enti obi ma hwe say what are the top 10 exports for Ghana? Top 10 oh. Now any government why is serious say opese on bridge the gap between the poor and the rich. Opese on create jobs no. These are the things I was on pay attention to obi. Now jene ni niama ye kan there. Gold exports, your top 10 exports the last time. Number one, your gold. It constituted 55.3% of our exports. Obi, gold. Now 62.99 billion. 162.99 billion Ghana cedis. Gold exports. Crude. The FPSO. 70.8% of GDP of our exports. Sorry. Amount was 52.5 billion. Cocoa beans 5.1%. 14.9 billion obi. Cocoa paste 2.2%, 6.6 billion. Manganese, natural cocoa, cashew nuts obi. Tuna, iron and steel, shea butter. Once this show up in the top 10, a chase industries are all things mean kakra. There are nyama we are buying now ko facilitate wo ho a instead of shea butter, in fact cashew in shell constitutes 0.9% of our exports. Onuba number 7, 2.65 billion. What it means that if you find a way to meet cashew producers, find out what their inputs are, give them training, get seedlings, improve roads from wherever they are to the center, create a system if you have to do something similar to cocoa board and whatever, and improve production by 10%. You don't only get forex or money, you also create jobs in that sector. Obi, Uba cocoa, once cocoa shows up here, both paste and the as of beans need the only say the color, and just a cocoa sector, so you have an opportunity there. This is where they have to really sit down and think, not 24 hours now. You have to create a 24-hour around cashew, such that even when you go there at 12 a.m., there are activities happening between the cashew farm and wherever the warehouses are. Obi, I mean, when they the hard work, if you want to create jobs for Ghanaians, this is where the hard work is. Obi, imports, Osha imports, so target and say, near my import, you do what? You reduce. Some you can't do much. So Osha, the top one was diesel. Diesel, now you saw about 28.9 billion Ghana cedis to import diesel. Osha light oil, super and the rest are now about 24.1 billion. Top 10 Americano. Bulldozers, machines, about 2.5%, 6.2 billion. Uber clinker. So as a country, we can start doing a lot of research. You have to push money into the things that can be clinker substitutes. So that instead of importing clinker, dollars now we call importing clinker. You save that dollar and you can keep it in country. Remember pressure on your CD, down. Probably bladder, cats, bladder and stomach. You or 2.6 billion, 1.1%. Now me you na kai South Korean story. South Korea almost started no more importing, no almost rice and so on. Almost didn't know chrome and to imported from Japan. Now Papa na General Park only do for about 19 years or so. Transform in South Korea. Or catch your mind in answer, they should change their taste, and he will live by example. Or no, or jai rice no the wheat. President of the country and or the rice only as a delicacy. Or more pudding. Niamo mo ye odi we are. And no di kakra. And no catch your money in answer. Or money the wheat. Now rice kakra no more export it. These are the things that are very targeted. Ube ultimately catch a gun and say on jai blood, but Ube finding a way to find alternatives through teaching, public education, through even our schools. Teach the kids instead of this. Ask mommy to give you this substitute. Obi, me can't remember Ghana anymore. And yes, look, maybe I say what is new in this media budget. What was new?
The big push.
First time what TV push ni.
No, but say we enough from committed 13.8 billion to roads and coin in the next 2 years.
Na niama ya committee na ri ejuma anka your opposition. Obi. Na what committee anka who can you see what raise revenue from GRA all around so ska onya eni nyina ba 15 billion what the 30 shame. And who kasa Obi na me the vim 80. Now your committee ya come go just can way. D levy amudi abechichire kra no. Ebedru we have. Obi say Ekufuado on agenda 111 alone. The Akufo-Addo government spent over $400 million.
Yes.
Me cut certificates out here and budget provisional. Scar out here from GOG. And the Uzu got 13 billion obi. And idea omo be si kono so me den omo ye dike kana ya to no. Dey a big and a push into count. But push no remember push is answer na be do obi. In the middle I say what is new? But you see me Okoboy the Emma ba politics mun say obi a otie ye ne our university a only ejuma no me mpa board no say the next day through ye politicians ye hihye na ejuma dinti no meti no cashew business akosro ntino company bi say omo no mo ye cashew producing like buyers produce buyers no omo ama na ejuma because they say ho e den e bumi a me wan ko hwe no a politician and are removing tax inputs from the ports on their machinery and chemical input via omodi business obi. These are the things I won't say untanko forma one sharp to be bound sema ore besi start afro na wo ka insem kese big push near there and say sika waji wo ho ana treasury bills are unzaka I borrow odi kwa infrastructure and there's nothing really new about this. In fact I'll even admit say budget now me senior brother too ready early no and no rather have things are like to continue with the free SHS program and make now allocation to come from get fund. I mean, and it was something new in terms of the NDC because titino omukasa no tia who say you are no mu pa no mu mpe. Obi mpacho what I say. Policy ni say say no ya allocate eno kra no NCP but you the 50 million be to say in bank no you best start to say baby bia. At least it was something made for the but where be kind there really there is nothing new. Now Obi politicians in China area fear who catch Miss brother a champion say masa ngofo say muntia o so na get fund sikano contractor say wo no munye contractor on say to me unsaka to me yeah more information every former ye can na say o can try me so me ye de me tie ni try obi saka sana kan nye kwa o e na ye kasai company a all see over 500 bed facility ewo Konfanoche. G.
The mother and baby
no. The project is, I have to check the figure. It's over $300 million or euro project. Obi, Astoli, workers, you know, we are be a coffee. And the Kufado, now workers, you know, Omu Yajuba on site. Busubi be a or the Kakabe coffee. Sawa Kano, Ena, ni boss, I catch a massa. Abayno. On fire crown tenants he say a true loan agreement crown loan ya ediamuji la general you won't say because of bilateral agreements with a loan source no problem about because of your debt exchange program no abana kasa starting air financing la general hospital from GOG Ekufado G tour or the bit to contractor no before Ekufado be hand over that contractor no ye juma ola and na ye kan contractor no wa parking in yama. Enti workers no mo yejuma la general hospital no eno mo yejuma o G any Eastern Regional Hospital they na AC wo office woman no yes eno mo yejuma o pram agena all one mo ya agena all one so other places no omo workers no omo sebi omo ka kire nkofo no mo fam say hwe nkoso ye ntwa ye mpanyifo enti ye wo fie na we a politician na anu sa nkofo my information otia because sebi obi otra condition no ye din ntino na I said you musumu kasa dodo a champion nya botai say no once in crofo kanu che say bibi we den ewechi na obi ene akra kumasi look me kai me ami papa mami chiano ochi ni obi em papa preocupe
okay
me chiano specially me amafino o say me na me kofi obi one time na me no boko me si nana otie na or a politician can enye easy okroma ye kan obi a or kan or the bon komo a obe wie na say wahia say osi brain eso a say osi wahia obi a na dream do or the kan development na mo kan issues a say wasua de ti na e bon komo ta me ye juma o chebi no na me say nana it was say Ghana yentimi driving from Chebi to Accra in 25-30 minutes o say doctor what can say tina wana ye mon komo eno ka me say ochia I think the Malaysian ambassador no mo bon about development eno ka say what one single thing did Malaysia do to change their story eno ka say your majesty open up the roads between the cities and the villages. It should not be difficult for someone in your capital city to get out. If you make it like that, foods and agricultural products would come into the city, it will not cost much. Osi nipa de so nye aduane dia. Largely no or fine.
Oh, fine.
That aduane boy di wakra not because a boy di wakrasi, is because car e kwa kofa no the charges den e was true. Input so ayedi ye farming no sebi o car na e dey den e call akrasi. E no can be secondly say yes nkofo bebre embebo enhiem wo city no nkan na rent cost by 200-300 obe living in life a rent die e wo suhum but odini joining the business e won kan because otena kam a within 45 minutes now we do fee enti obi say wo oman mu na ya nya ban o say dia bibia koye niam sisa na the 4 or 5 major roads are free in kan obi ni nyina oduru a e trap I say obi apia wa kwhye na etimu say your friend is saying
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Contractor na Accra Kumasi that Pokrasi no or you're one of the finest, one of the most reliable contractors in the country. Last meeting
Maripoma.
Yes, Obi. Last meeting people car and I call demonstration and I say now who call demonstration who call Pokrasi? Bra Ministry of Finance. You me see idea feno. Yedi sika Maripoma no contractor no okitani machines, ekitani expertise, ekitani labor, ekitani bia factors of production. Aka one factor of production the capital. Employer no, the client is not paying the company. You see a audit obi yedi 7 months I audit no. Say no I know china we are in paibon kwa na yebo. Na media sebio me can way because ebi a contractor no ebi a sebio titeshi but me can way because omo contractor ni here juma no you be e no downscaling say workers 1,000 and our site say see a NDC aban e man sika no obeka chobo nyina say mun kofie kakra na enche mefrem obi enche no e akankasa say sika ndu nu nsema musumu ofie afibo when mun actually say omanu yewu yan this is the real economy enya and antos na 1,002 na 1,003 and I am my first year 300 million the real sector ni say omo form no den na o ya obemo mo here say obi last me call voter region e omo am call voter obi adiba kwa me sanka still me bon pa e ibi kasa obi o call voter omo mframa no e different enti say no me pese me ntande agro oba akakasa no ti me ye wejuma obi o call voter between Tema motorway to Central University oh obi mobile or Ghana as if you share the basic principles or tenets of economics. I remember you 10-year country around. I mean, ebi I was saying for any call na yakoda. Now one call Kumasi and call voter. Now oh yes say oh call my favorite joint. I Cape Coast. Now call pure winning back when so. Also contractor of our finance that in Koso. It's mesre obi. Budget no me pese budget read the bedroom pepe so be ready Ghana ni bia kram so ni TV say an hwe ye fa na be e was say yenye intentional about the budget reading and then roads are big pushy and Accra to Sunyani and amama kai pepra may so rest in peace obi yeah nkra bre me say reading budget yet be kai roads obi enti those that we are na be free say reading budget e road projects e be na budget obi enti mesre dollar no so a na ya bra to ka say oh and as say no dollar is obi obuya why economics lecture will say economics no the market no it operates based on forces and equilibrium.
Yes.
Say wow would you unsa achim dollar no after 14 and 15 about 10 na say nye 10 da omo market ni de ebe ko ebi e wo say nda na mama nchia mi brother Edu Asari. Na no Obahana na osu kakra se ndro a eya omoto no ancestor ndro no
no da so osoro
obi sa na etie se bi owa odi utumi e kire bi $1 da omoto ndro be kire we bi e wo sanka enda because although see dollar 10.5 no nipa crow port say port obi what's the dollar rate who import car dollar rate we no use
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
So mo use BOG no director.
Oh membi
no for now I don't know.
They say anka your lawyer we are a prophet who be say un come trim na un show be a media dey no fa o come many places of transactional rate crow mo use no use the BOG finance ministry virtual rate no use the real economy. Men can't butcher some cry, but the reason why anytime Obina would draw again all the way to basics, would draw supply and demand curve, a be equilibrium dano. Said demand no any through now share that setting will be a ube no be on top. And as a demand is high, maybe I was say be and dano, who share that tisua, I feel the ube over demand. So let's say Obi, the American say, in this eyes or move pre. I had said your Omar ye be a dear young bida. enya prepare obi Ghana ni on tie me no se bi omoni da ho se obomodi a ombehu se bi udi omodi agro so omeden omehu na media mesre se na infrastructure is so key to both economic activity and creative jobs in Intinu as soon as possible. All these new ones on my list, Sebi, you will be the Wenima Aka Ewiem. Immediately, contractors will handle Accra Kumasi Pokwasi Road. Finance Minister, who say again, I'll take you. I'll get you a copy of the book. Minima say Obama MLK. How South Korea transitioned from a poor country into a first world. The president, he was a military leader. Obi, he spent more years in his time, not the president, on the field than in the office. I was saying to Fosi, have a chat with the company, meet the staff, go to the place, have an idea of what are the impediments, be interested in infrastructure, be a finance minister on to escape. But Obama say, no machines were here. That's the kind of leadership we need. Say na make Obi, and I make say your parliament. Meaning company back on Sawam or produce plastics, Obi. Or the machines on work of our loan, Europe. Our machines from Germany, millions of euros. Machines no port. Or now I call register 1D 1F, Obi. Ever do port and politics start here say, oh, my here's card and I am a tax rebate, those tax exemptions. Now you risk yes, I'm possible. Obi here because I still the machines in the port. Meanwhile, no. Who call the factory? This is a real economy. Ghana 4 hour factory floor mo ye juma. So mo ye 100. Those machines bar obeji 100 ejuma na
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yeah, Kobe. He 1989. Ghana 4 more form. And Obi, these are immediate things. Oh yeah, low hanging. Omoni ye politics. Tony Blair tro bibi wonu book mu. O si odi bibi ye politics kwa na usaka to me na enye no kwaya. Odi usaka to me ni di no kwai. NDC creating impression say South tax exemption and man Kufado boost your phone or chichema. Meanwhile, there were many companies and industries and here those reliefs. No mun create juma ma ebebru. Enti minya atu force immediately. We mun na idea how the call under emergency bill me hu ana me ni agi. Enye say sebi yo ukwa yi e friend say holidays Nkrumah holiday na yeda yendi agro but say you are done in so timi di agro enyi enu na any call emergency Obi it mesre as for infrastructure Accra Kumasi me nyoma mu tie me eco voter region ye nyina ya itago voter motorway to central sa road no immediately call the contractors Obi na mobo sre say police hospital President Kufuor type and a dino man also me ama by was no me ko bisa one day me call Ambrose Derry honorable minister me say honorable. In fact, me call Ajimamenu. Say honorable. Why is it that this facility is right in the center of Accra? Facility Akofa. Dim Kran Achichi na yentibi. Me call even a contractor no. Me am share no ko hunu. Obi. Me politics me realistic. Me say contractor, what is your problem? O say doctor. Sky di ma no. Aban say or di unchine say anka ejuma no say ye chance but I fall short. And the settle issue, no, I say legal. Obi, legal from 2009 up to a day. Meanwhile, no, overcall police hospital. Omo monti me come because of my police for. Police hospital, 3-bedroom house. Oh, but it's no, who share your history because you see, Obi property the AGA. I say 3-bedroom house. Omo monti me come. Who call consulting room? I say we went to be them compound house. Meanwhile, no, you have an ultra-modern facility at Obi. Ghana ni huna internet now. After policy now, we have to remember that we're happy because Ghana. Obi, it's a police hospital. Yet to be the koi we are. Sebi. Pressure work at the bed. We muna low hanging fruit. Me catch a member. Me call Ajimamenu one time. Obi say, oh, and yeah, to hire police interior. Me call interior. And I'm say, come on, what is happening, Obi? We have to start moving as politicians. Na nia mebema Ghana for one here ya wonu ya wonu be dey be ko ho. And you say who your politician who should use some terminologies I say no be ayira say oh the first quarter no Q1 now primary balance no was 2.3 but say about 1.2. The question is that nipa wako traka ma ko voter nyama ti saying nipa odin fidie ko central region nyama ti saying obi o western regional sebi o wadi ni dwa odi bankan ne ma ti sen enye gidigidi na ma nipa ho ji hu nipa ne ji hu obi jumadin when this government nya buteri na focusing on some of these details na sebi afi the effect na starting free from na nipa ho tona obi wonu obi o MPP ni kra no sebi MPP ni bomo o si nya buteri na o kasa osoro. Until sometimes, say the Bible can or see obi suro nyamia a man at time for cry or say when a man fears the Lord or is at peace with God, even his enemies they also get at peace with him. Oh ya buying now nya bote boy juma pa. O uncle for be you are here. What time for cry be ebe you are here. Now say dey prayer and as they say rise boy ya kan you see aroma no. Obi me dey no answer fear me see medimo. Ti be nim din no. My say wo yeah can jene ne ma wa di because jene ni ni bi ai ton me come market cost ram ba do na so me ndi dwa yes so to because doctor ji wei e no call the mami ana me delegate ni food soldiers no omo no mo di coffee ba obi yesi aroma yi omo mo di mo na mami for me say doctor dia ya body din omo say minister omo nji di say no odi obi na wa emo enye enu na odi o jai dia odi din be bo fufuro din because enu na ye food soldiers na dia o ye yen ana o ye wo obi Dominic Kran ka tell say there boy na yen no odi na Dominic o ye economic classes na oben between 15 near from yes na Dominic say yen no na dia e ba ni say na o finance minister o say bi enu na odi a obonidi enti mesre obi I think politics no with time Ghana for pe nkrofo a abaya sebio kasa no emba form yes on for na won into specific places hwe na e kasa Bank of Ghana policy rate brofo say policy rate say sika say Bank of Ghana this sika ma banks are the audit to so ma 28%. Now who Bank of Ghana who come ma banks can 28%. Bank na kasa no or the sika mi okoboy say me wano
on Asempa FM
treasury bills say me the sika ma wa buy no say for go ye juma abuy no make make a BOG because it's an agency of the government who also me 14% but all the sika ma bank enye me kra o as twice who charge it twice obi all the settings ni packaging e share economy this disconnect e pronounced me repeat it all the settings and a package na obi Nigeria say Nigeria ni catch us say we package na che say de hu bear one show yes sanity enti mesre yen ye jumadin na because BOG on him say so the policy rate ni ba for man hu be chire no onu yes because sika no no monitor sika no on him say e be economy wo no sebi enduru e be a e was on fa policy rate ni ba form me wa finance minister because oil politician no we free 20 something no say no on the TBO na be jina 1340 ti mesre na me wish you one well the only thing I make say na say mati say afedo mo see president play ni kra no ahead dada obi yare ba ko a politicians ni say sometimes omo saka to me na omo start puti omo comfort ahead of the predicament of the masses. Obi, make be politicians yare ba ko ta high ni say saka to me na ye re ya fi omo di to me ma no na enye sa plane a di sika kese akoto a plane mu no ni nkwa e was 20 years na onim adiba committee a me re ho ni say Ekofado ye president no time no mo bonus bo say or use private jet na onim say sa ye di plane we akọ France ye no major obi na enye maintenance pe o na ye resetting na me go dey go obi
no more major works
resetting there na akwama a champion Samije fini nkrofo obi no chese ye wo plane mean driving sebi me ni private jet but otie industry players ye wo normal maintenance eno no engineer be na dia ma obetua but ye wo major ISC satellite meet almost 90% of the parts of the plane enu bi na Ghana eye under President Akufo-Addo enti na plane ko che ho no na plane na ye bibi major say ye chira sika komo esumbu na say ya mo ba yi ye tebe ye press conference say play no cry who say e bi corrosion won ni ma obi mesre won na sebi yesi onim owu a
na wa hwe na
o hwe de atu yen a fe na share ni ama na ma adwi se mo be di afi mienu miensa bi ansa na suba we kra a hyase na ene na anka oyo obi a odwi Ghana for ho a enya asem kra wo so meka kire whatever it takes to sabi ube repair unless your own independent report from the manufacturers are enya politician our throw enya Felix Mibra with all due respect to him enya the Felix and our money boama share the report with us from the company say we supply this plane we made it now when we went to condemn and no dey me hu a sabi me can say me MPP nintinu President Homa onko we wiem and no dey I will not allow it but me ntra so to say me akwara na politician sebi o one agenda ninsaka tubi no na Ghana ni obre onu ntina metra no na politician be ka me say president plan na no use no say ehun bi erosion kra mu kan say otwi mu abo ebi mu say ye nkwa ka say abo kanari omo abo kanari can you imagine obi mesre na we kire me say air conditioner air buffer omani bo ama ho no enti say adabraka ni re ya fidi enti omo ba he focus on the important things Ghana am say omo bi mo ji omo so mo kofie ni niama obi mesre omo don't create enemies knowingly this government let's say do boy do as I can say NDC deputy organizer bi na ni kunu kra say na ya pam no no and I can say hey sometimes say adi be fear adi body be fear and was say enka sabi o sabi all pe e was say enka ni fie ni panso on say ko ka do asari crofo yi osu power how nanso su be su wa ha no mesina brother e was so nsumo obi ya eden ya pam no Bank of Ghana enye mu nyina obi we de memba mo aboso memba mo abaso obi enye mu ena mo ka bi anka san crofo 100 no sa set is na can say omu the probation anfa no anka nyina pom politics but mu ye advocacy no ena from there are many more na mimi nim okoboy say there are many people more pama they voted for the NDC obi mimi nim MPP before bi am vote my NDC o and we are buying now untaka to me men ko create unnecessary enemies obi haji na adwuma dada denti na okopam no ese o kan budget yi talk on ebusa for mo hwe onyina mo buefu obi no that's how you start losing power me wa me wey say be otrawa enu enti o maxu enfa de bi enfri ho omo wa pam from the friend say maritime authority omo wa pam from whichever agency wa pam mu police wa mo see obi with diabetes enti on coffee na police force you need diabetic patients obi when na these are people la omo no mo busuafo nyina se na no omo hia mo no mo sire ya ene omo muna that's how you start to lose power every family that starts to frown instead of smiling every family that loses a job instead of coming to art every family that goes through trials because of you start losing them now me the message say me in cancer 2 minutes or mum prank for 4 years they should focus on the essentials and at the same time not create enemies deliberately
for themselves. Dr. Bernard Okoboy ena yetene kano. It's been a fantastic show. Nyame adomo a otsena yedi Ekosiisen be free the Ashanti Regional Capital Kumasi ena Abremo. In otsena 2 p.m. pepepe. Join us live on Ekosiisen from Kumasi.
Dr. Callistus.
Yeah, Callistus.
The
Secretary to the President.
Now only say me nim no mention that banidi no mu yedru minti di da na this just to show say we are not enemies me can be say yen nyina politicians we are supposed to be agents of development but car etina mu pen na different and although I don't know him no I pray for good health for him and I also pray for strength for him enti obi una say no timi ko jubilee house me dem do one show mo boys no the omo ya ha no ma mi bi enti o hia na o si ni nkwaso
me da say Ekosiisen so ni Bononi from Joe Metal featuring Luigi McLean nyame adoma
enye Bononi we can visit o Italian Bononi just say one kasa nyame
one kasa
enye bononi
Jometel nyame ado wachra eriko show ni be free ko can say Kumasi de abremo enti 7 p.m. abo and Professor Ike Wallace is coming up next.